Alright, hey everybody. This is Jim here again. And I'm joined by my friend Ben today.
I'm not your friend, buddy.
Yeah. And we're actually going to a nearby town called Akishima to go hunt down a new hard-off that I've never been to. And I heard they have a pretty good one there. So I'm going to go see if I can't pick myself up a few choice games at this new hard-off.
I thought we were going for strippers.
The strippers.
You lied to me.
The strippers will come later. Right now, I just want to get some video games. So hopefully, it's like my the hard-off I have in my own town, where there's a nice big section dedicated to nothing but games.
Strippers.
Hopefully I can find maybe some more Mega Drive. I'm really trying to bulk up my Mega Drive collection lately, and maybe some rare stuff, something for Famicom or even some PC Engine stuff.
Just something also to note is how shitty and small the Japanese roads are.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this.
Yeah, if you've never driven in Japan, the roads are particularly narrow, and it's also a shitty looking day as well. It's very foreboding, actually. A lot of dark clouds and whatnot. Anyway, I'm getting off topic. We're on our way to Akishima to find this new hard-off and hopefully some good games. So stick around. All right, so we should be it should be somewhere around here, right, Ben?
Right now.
Should
right
be
back now.
It's gonna be back
Now.
this away somewhere. Hey, Demio, I have one of those. Whee! This guy has the same car as me, Ben.
Oh my god. We should ask him for his phone number and stuff.
Yeah. Okie doke.
Maybe we'll stop by the Yokota church too.
No.
Pick up some info.
So it's near the 7-Eleven there?
It's like you go that way and it's right on the right hand side.
Awesome.
I don't know if it's like a hard-off superstore though, but if not, then we'll go to Marray Town, because supposedly there's like a place around there too.
Awesome. We might have to go to 2 hard-offs today. Right.
Okay.
2 new hard-offs?
For the circle jerk?
For the...
what is the strippers? That's all I want to know.
It's a circle jerk in video game form, like if you had some Sega Genesis games in the middle of it, and
there's the hard off.
Where am I looking?
Look right up there.
I am.
And hobby something, hobby off. We use.
Ah, there's a hard off. There it is.
We buy used gear.
That is a big one. That's another off house, kind of like my own.
So if I go up there and I throw my gear on the table, will they buy it?
Your gear?
My used gear.
What used gear?
My used gear in my pants.
No.
They won't buy it?
No.
Then the store's lying to me.
I think they have little use for it.
Oh. Sweet. It's been too used. But they're eco-friendly, man. They recycle.
I get all excited whenever I see a new hard off.
He likes hard things.
It's a hard off hobby off hybrid. It's a hybrid! What are you doing? Let this lady park.
Fuck this lady. And I'll hit children. Oh yeah, see, she wants the dick. Oh, see, she's checking us out. She's like, hey.
Not on camera.
Hey, baby.
Can you wait till I turn the camera off before you start saying pervy shit?
Makes it more interesting. You can bleep me out.
Whatever. Just as a disclaimer.
Look at this guy parking. Look at that fucking...
He may be operating under 1 or more prescription meds, I'm not sure. So, we're just gonna ignore everything he says. We found the new hard off. Come on, hurry up. Let's get some games. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off just in case, because I don't want to run in just like cameras blazing and have them tell me to stop. So as soon as we find the game section, I'm gonna start filming again.
Yeah, you don't want their hard off security to tackle you.
Exactly. I'll be right back. We haven't found the game section yet, but what have we found, Ben?
We found lots of sexy toys. Lots of half-naked ladies with big cleavage.
On Dead or Alive, there's...
And then what's her face from
Felicia.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's pretty sweet.
See, they have good taste in this country.
No, it looks like on the second floor, that's probably where we're gonna find all the games.
There's more. There's a lady with a towel.
It's Evangelion, it looks like. Oop, I'm knocking shit off the racks. But it looks like first floor is the hobby off floor where they're keeping all the figures and stuff like that and card games and shit. And the second floor is probably gonna be...
You gotta pan slow with the camera.
Don't tell me how to operate a camera. I've been doing this a while. But these are some pretty cool figures. That's basically what this is the figure floor / cards / other various collectibles. Hence, it's called Hobby Off. And it looks like the hard off is going to be upstairs, and that's probably where I'll find all the games. So are we ready to move to the second floor?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Alright. So I was correct. We're on the second floor. This is where they have all the games and such.
Yeah, look at that Bomberman thing. It's pretty badass.
That is really awesome. That's definitely a Super Famicom with like 4 controllers and a copy of Bomberman 4.
And with the extra hookups.
Oh yeah, it's a Bomberman multi-tap. Awesome. What else do they have? Alright. Check this out. A Sega CD, and it's about $50, and it's complete in box with a copy of Sonic CD.
It's an SNK Neo Geo.
It's an AES, dude.
I don't know what the hell that is.
How much is it?
It's really expensive.
Holy shit. It's like $140.
But it comes with the system too.
Well,
Whoa.
hold on.
And it looks like a real gun.
I'm gonna have to stop filming soon before someone busts me. I already hear people talking. I'll try to pull it back out in a bit though. So I'm filming more as I start to dig. I have a lot of stuff I already have. Get a copy of Bonkers. Maybe not. I've already found some good stuff though. Like, I found ActRaiser. I found like a mint condition Marvel vs. Capcom, which I'm gonna get because the one I have right now isn't mint. There's a Wax Neo Geo CD for about $70. Final Fantasy V. I already have. Snoopy concert. Maybe not. Anyway, I'm still digging. How much are they charging for this? Final Fight Guy for $5. You're in my, you're mine. All right.
Still, dude, I'm telling you, this game, it's tempting.
Derby Stallion 2.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
There's a sequel.
Might have to get it. The first one was probably pretty good. Alright, hang on. I'm digging through the boxed Famicom games.
Mario USA.
But it's not boxed. And I finally found a complete copy of the original Dragon Quest. That's gonna complete my boxed Dragon Quest collection. So awesome! And Super Mario USA, that's their version of Super Mario 2 that came out in the States. So, but they don't have a box copy. Anyway, just wanted to show you guys that I finally found a complete Dragon Quest.
Alright.
So, we're now leaving, alright? We're leaving the awesome hobby off, or hard off.
We're gonna go venture to find some other
The big bag full of stuff. And,
this kid went crazy, apeshit crazy, and find.
show you guys what I got. And we're gonna go to the next.
And I need the cigarette.
the next possible hard
I
off.
was tempted to buy the Dreamcast, but I don't know about playing Shenmue and all Japanese. I think it'd be a little too hard.
Maybe.
But if we can situate something with some English subtitles, then I will purchase the Dreamcast.
Yeah. Alright. Let's... Fucking hell. Alright, let me quickly recap all the things I got. You can start driving. You have my permission.
I have your permission.
I got New Zealand Story for the PC Engine, which I've seen a lot of. Looks pretty cool. Let's see what else I got. I got King of Fighters 2000 on the Dreamcast. It's freaking perfect condition. So I got that. It was like $3. I got another copy of Marvel vs. Capcom. This one's mint with spine card and everything, and it was only $3. So now I have a spare copy for the Dreamcast, if anybody wants that. I got a game called Outlive for the PC Engine. Looks like another mech shooter. Hopefully this dude doesn't get us killed while he's...
This is not my fault, dude. He turned it both ways.
Alright. This, totally awesome. Copy of Rockman Dash, aka Mega Man Legends, for the PlayStation. That was about $5. It's excellent. These two things, strategy guides for Dragon Quest VI and Dragon Quest 1 and 2, the re-releases for the Super Nintendo. These were both $1 a piece. I got a copy of Final Fight Guy for about $5. I got a copy of the original ActRaiser complete for about $5. So now I have 1 and 2. Awesome. A couple other things in here. Got a copy of Sonic Heroes for the GameCube. That was about $5. For $8, I got a copy of Fist of the North Star Part 2. Box complete, and it looks factory sealed actually. It's a perfect seal and the box is in perfect condition, so awesome. Finally got a complete copy of Dragon Quest, which that completes my Dragon Quest collection actually. So I have complete copies of all the Dragon Quest games. It's pretty awesome.
Do you think Joyful Honda has shit like that or no?
No.
Stuff like that.
Kind of stuff. And the only game I got on Mega Drive today is a copy of Tatsujin, which is a pretty well known, pretty sweet shooter, a shmup for Mega Drive. And that's all I got of this first hard off. Pretty good haul, and all together it didn't cost me all that much. So. We're going to the next hard off, isn't that right, Ben?
Yeah, it's some kind of gamer store my Japanese girlfriend told me to go to. Yeah. So we'll see if we can find it. If not,
it's next to a mall, right?
Yeah.
So nothing else, we go to the mall too.
Or it's actually this right down here.
So, coming up on this next right. Oh, all right. I'm gonna go real quick so I can put this shit back in the bag. Hey guys, Jim here. Just a quick little intro for this this hard off video. This one was filmed actually at several different times. So if you notice in the vid that at certain times I've got somebody filming me, and then other times it's POV, that's because this was filmed over several trips out actually, just because I wasn't given, like they didn't want me to film in the one particular hard off, so I had to end up being sneaky. But yeah, So this was filmed over several days. That's why some of the games I'll find in this video I've actually already featured in a past pickups vid. That's why. So, but I've actually just returned today from my most recent outing and got some pretty cool stuff. But anyway, sit back, relax, and check out this video, which I'm going to call "I Have a Raging Heart Off." Enjoy.
Hey guys, what are you doing? Keep on it. Stewart, come on, kill some time.
It's good.
Yeah. Say something, Stewart.
Really? You want to talk to me? Wow, that's cool. Let's go to the mall. I know this
This
great new...
sucks.
Yeah, thanks. We can go to Workhouse. I have this awesome new video game.
Hey guys, Jim here. Welcome to yet another hard off video. These things are starting to become my bread and butter. It is a gorgeous day out today. I have a little time off work, and I'll be damned if I'm not gonna go try to score me some games. So everybody sit tight, and I'll be right back, hopefully poking around inside a hard off or two, coming up with some deals. Check it out. Come on, construction worker guys. It's too hot for this shit. And everybody, first stop of the day is the hobby off. Let's get inside, see what kind of deals we can find. So here now in the hobby off, and I'm just taking a look. This is their little game aisle. Closer. My first time camera assistant. Looking at some of the things they got. Fight sticks for PS1, Neo Geo CD Pro sticks, loose. They got a whole lot of Game Cubes. They're boxed. They're selling them for about $12, which is pretty damn cheap for a GameCube. We got some Super Famicoms. This one's pretty yellow, but that's about $20. This one's about $15, but they're kind of dirty. Over here, we have a boxed PCFX. This is about $70. This is about what I paid for mine. Pretty good. We have a special edition Xbox, Dead or Alive Ultimate Xbox, and this is pretty expensive actually. That's probably about $140. I got some 3DOs. We got a Famicom Twin here. It's about $40. Pretty reasonable. 3DOs. A boxed Mega Drive. That's about $20. Let's see, what else do we have here? Boxed Sega Saturns. Pretty good condition too. It's only about $20. So that's a damn good price on that. If you look over, pan over on this side, a whole lot of games. This is all PS1 from start to finish. And they got cool stuff. The re-release of Dragon Quest IV. A re-release of Final Fantasy II. That's a little expensive. Secret of Mana, the Tenchu games. Anyway, you get the idea. This is just a whole wall of PS1. And it's divided up into RPGs, fighting games, racing games, all that kind of good stuff. So, Gundam, anyone? So, I'm going to continue to walk through the store here. IQ Final, the sequel to Intelligent Cube. Right on. Anyway, I'm going to continue to browse through the store, so stick around. Hey guys, so I'm continuing my shopping here. As you can see, I've found a lot of things I want, but what surprised me, I came over to the bargain bins, to the Dreamcast section, and look what I found in the bargain bins. I'm gonna get these for like $1 a piece. KOF 99, KOF Dream Match 99, Power Stone 2, and Capcom vs. SNK 2. They're in the bargain bins, dude. For like $1. I found a bunch of other games though over in the rewrapped Dreamcast section. Like somebody must have just dropped off a whole bunch of fighting games and they put them wherever the hell they want them. But anyway, yeah, stick around. Alright, so I'm here now, finally, at my my real go-to hard off. So I'm gonna get in there, I'm gonna try to film and hopefully find some good games for good prices. So hard off. Stick around. Alright, so yeah, not so bad. Leaving the heart off with some good games. And about to head home, fight through the construction and all that bullshit that seems to always be going on every time I get out on the road. But anyway, hope everybody enjoyed once again having a look inside the hard offs that I frequent. So yeah, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna try this because Ed said it was a good sign off. Everybody, take care of your games and each other. See you guys next time. Good evening, everybody. Jim here, and I'm having a little ride along with my bud Rob. Rob, how are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Me and Rob are going to Hard Off to do a little night hunting. Gonna go find some games, hopefully get some kick-ass deals, and hopefully not be stopped from filming by the staff. I'm gonna try to be a little bit sneaky, maybe hold my camera by my crotch or something. You ready to do this, Rob?
Yeah, let's get in here and see what we can come up with.
Let's tear it up. Rob, you finding some good stuff?
Yeah, we're trying to...
What'd you get?
Looking at Dragon Quest 3, 4, box, and 5, and then still debating. Got a boxed Game Boy Pocket. I don't know.
What, 1,000?
For 1,000, I don't know.
So that's like $12.
Yeah, it's not bad.
$12 for a new Game Boy Pocket in the box.
It's gonna be good.
Let's come take a look and see at some systems. Super Fammies. They're about 30. That's probably about $35. There's a whole row of them. 64s. Got the ice blue, the gold. It's actually made of gold.
Pure
Gold is undervalued in Japan. A couple of Sega Saturns for $20. Well, less than $20. I wasn't lying about that. You can buy a complete Saturn for less than 20. Over here, I'm actually stashing away some stuff I'm gonna be buying. Got some PC Engine shooters, including R-Type 2. Mine.
You would have this.
What else do I got? Have what? What'd you find?
We got Final Fantasy. Looks like Final Fantasy 1 and 2. And it's boxed in a premium package. What else it includes is going to be that. I assume most of these box-ins is usually some kind of artwork or soundtrack compilation.
What's the price on it?
We're looking at 23, so
That's like $26.
$26, which with the shape of the box, I would have to say that's a pickup for sure.
I'd get it.
Just out of addiction
You-
purposes.
Your Final Fantasy addiction.
Yeah.
Looking at their PlayStation selection. Looking pretty good. Dreamcast and Saturn. I'm not finding much for the Dreamcast though, oddly enough. I've basically gotten all like the big games I want for Dreamcast, so it's kind of a pain in the ass to find more. You got 7?
Cracked. Color's good on it though. The key with any of these, the fact that they use white for most of the faces, is you're gonna run into discoloration over time. Almost, dating back to the original Famicoms, and the NES has just got that discoloration, so kind of carried over to the paper, I guess. So finding that and then not having them be cracked with the jewel cases is tough.
And I found myself a complete inbox copy of Paper Mario, and it looks really good condition, and it's about $13. I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get Gundam Wing Endless Duel.
Oh, really?
Definitely getting that.
Picked that one up for the Super Nintendo back in the day.
Look down here what we got. Some whole lot of Super Famicom. I would get this, the third Mickey game on Super Famicom by Capcom, but they're charging like close to $30 for it. So that's not gonna happen.
Stadium, gold and silver. This is officially titled Stadium 2. This is the...
I don't know.
It's definitely gold and silver. Stadium. I want to say it was just ended up being... They had a Stadium 2 and then they did a gold and silver.
I don't know. I am the biggest novice on Pokemon ever.
Yeah.
But I do like this game. Area 88, aka UN Squadron. Boxed and complete. I think I might have to get this. It's like $10. It's going on my pile.
I think we're gonna head to Shopping Basket Land.
Alright. While Rob goes get a basket, I'm gonna turn the camera off so I can do a little shopping. And we'll be back in a bit. Okay. I had to come back immediately because out of the corner of my eye I spotted a copy of DuckTales 2 for $3. I am so getting this fucking copy of DuckTales 2, dude. DuckTales 2, $3. Fucking A. Alright, I'll be back. Just found the Mega Drive games. Let's see what we got. Runeckles. Gotta find something I don't have already. Clax. Master of Monsters. Phelios. Oh, Phelios. Oh, this is a badass top-down shooter. Where you're like on a Pegasus. It's only like $5. I'm getting Phelios. What else we got? Another copy of Clax. Oh, fuck, I'm falling over. Shinobi. Junction. Shining in the Darkness. What the fuck is this one? Another shmup. $8, getting it. Rainbow Islands. Thunder Force 3, which I have, unfortunately. Bare Knuckle. Burning Force. Super Thunderblade. Very cool. Getting that. It's like Tiger Heli. Charging too much for that. DJ Boy. Sucks. Something. Batono. Looks pretty sweet. Oh, Castle of Illusion. Getting it. Alright, stand by everybody. I'll be back probably at the bargain bins. Rob, how goes the hunting?
It's going. I was able to pick up another. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the box. Got an 8. This may or may not be a $10 mistake with Final Fantasy X. Thunder Force 3. Got a 7. It's in really good shape. So the hunt continues for a Dragon Quest 2 in the box if I can find it, and maybe a Dragon Quest.
Well, alright, enough out of you. I found DuckTales 2. DuckTales 2. And I found something the second stoner's been riding my ass about. I finally found a copy of What's Shenmue. It's like a disc about Shenmue. It's like was put out to build hype for the game because the game got delayed. So I got that.
I think I'm gonna go bargain side hunting.
I'm about to go to that fucking bargain bin.
Let's hit the bargain bin.
Let's hit the bargain bin.
Bargain hunting time.
We're over in the bargain bins.
This is definitely the most lottery.
The junk bins.
You can play.
You can be here all day and find jack shit, or you could find something awesome for $1.
In like 2 minutes. Problem with these, if you go any older, is you're gonna run into no boxes.
Yeah.
Or poorly conditioned boxes.
And let's not forget that everything in a jewel case is all just thrown together. So if you want to actually find PC Engine games, you'll have to dig through the fucking PlayStation games. You'll find a lot of Mahjong, a lot of copies of Resident Evil 2.
Every horse racing simulator known to
Every fucking horse racing game ever. And a shitload of Dragon Quest games that probably don't work, or
just the
disc, loose disc. Might be like a junk system though.
Yeah.
And then of course loose consoles that may or may not work. I don't buy any consoles. The only thing I've bought out of the bargain bin are games, and I'll got a Wonder Swan. It's all busted up. and I'll buy some memory cards out of there, because it's hard. It's, in my experience, it's like really hard to fuck up a memory card. I've never had a memory card that didn't work, except for once I had one of those like mega memory cards, but like I saved too much data on it. Like I just made a point to save every single game onto that mega memory card, and eventually it just stopped fucking working because I saved too much on it.
Always had where if you switched it over to a different, you know, they had 1, 2, and 3, and if you switched over to 2, it would erase everything on 1, and if you switched to 3, it'd erase everything on 2.
Yeah.
So it was kind of...
Those things were pretty shoddy.
Oh, they have a Super Scope, and with one of the only other games that you'd want with it, Super Scope 6.
Come on, man, you get Terminator 2, right? That was a good game.
It was a good game.
Kinda.
Oh, and don't forget, every iteration of Street Fighter 2 you will find in these bargain bins.
I got my Street Fighter 2 CIB for 50 cents. Oh, I'm gonna get through here because I might want to get me some Donkey Konga action going on. It's a dollar.
Japanese GameCube boxes I loved a lot more than the American.
They are definitely better than the other ones.
Made sense for the disc size ultimately.
Yeah, the disc size, and it just saves space, man. What the fuck is this one? I've seen this before.
It's a Twin Bee.
Oh.
It's an arcade shooter. Awesome arcade shooter.
This one's actually a puzzle game.
Really?
Yeah. I guess they made a puzzle game out of it. Not even priced. It's probably $1. Controllers. Dreamcast. The fuck is this? It's got like a wood grain finish. Who the fuck would...
Is that for the PlayStation?
No, it's a USB controller. I guess it's a PC controller. You got a gun for the Sega Saturn. Gun time. More Saturn games. This is gonna take forever in a day to rifle through all this, so how about we just make a point to conclude somewhere and just do a haul or something.
Yeah.
Right. We'll be back after we've finished our shopping, so everybody stick around. 5, 4, 3. Hi everybody, Jim and Rob here. Just got back from Hard Off. Got an awesome haul of games, didn't we, Rob?
Not too bad, not too bad.
So, Rob, would you like to go ahead and go through your haul first?
Yeah, definitely. As you know, if you've seen on my videos, I'm an avid Final Fantasy collector, so we'll actually go to that last, because I want to get into this big stack right here, the Dragon Quest games that decided to get back into. So, picked up an unboxed Dragon Quest 2. Has the manual but no box, so pretty decent on that one. And then was able to find 3 and 4 in decent shape, which is good. So happy about those. And then picking up 5 and 6, both in the box, which is great. And then got 7 in really good shape. I know we had talked about this from before, that just jewel cases.
Jewel cases.
Finding them not cracked.
Not all fucked up.
Messed up, you know, shaking it and making sure that it doesn't sound like confetti.
Especially these PlayStation ones, because these are not the typical jewel case.
Mm-hmm.
They're thicker, so if one gets fucked up, you really have no choice but to find another PlayStation game with the exact same case, and then replace it. Yeah, these cases sucked in.
Yeah, especially the bigger RPGs, whether it was like Final Fantasy VII multi-disc ones, you had to find ones that were the exact same amount of discs, and hope that it worked for what you were trying to do.
And then somehow finagle those cases apart and then reassemble them.
Yep. And then the last part that we pulled out for this was a Dragon Quest VIII, which was good as well. So I was stoked about that. Then we picked up, I ended up picking this up kind of to sweeten up your deal that you had going, the 1,000 subscribers, and I thought, Pokemon Stadium why not throw in another one? So we picked up a gold and silver. So we're gonna throw that into the pot, or I'm gonna throw that into the pot.
We are?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm not gonna want it, and I figure why not add that to the Nintendo 64 one, and maybe kind of sweeten it, kind of maybe get a couple more entries in as the contest goes on.
Yeah, I'll keep going because I don't even know what the fuck one I even had.
What you offered up in your haul?
That'll be awesome if you
it's
throw
the
that
same,
in there.
yeah, very
if
much.
it's the exact same game, that would suck.
Be great. Yeah. Going on the other pickup.
So never mind on that.
Yeah, never mind. Unless somebody wants two, and then they can put in their request that they want both of those, because other than that, it'll sit on my shelf. And then picked up a Thunder Fire.
Thunder Force.
Thunder Force 3. You recommended this one.
I did recommend that one.
Why do you recommend this one?
I recommended that one. I have Thunder Force 3, and then I have a couple of the other ones that were re-released on Saturn. Thunder Force is an awesome series of side-scrolling shmups. I don't think you're very familiar with shoot-em-ups. So if you see a Thunder Force game for $10 or however much, definitely get it, because Thunder Force games are actually quite high demand and usually quite pricey. So if you can find one in as good a condition as this, definitely want to get it. Thunder Force games kick ass every single time. That's why I told you to get it.
Definitely. And then a system pickup, because every time you go, you probably gotta look at the systems, if not pick one up. In a random rack, was able to find a Game Boy Pocket in the box. So haven't dug into it, haven't seen the shape of it or what the condition is. So look more for that maybe in another video where I decide to go and maybe unbox this one and see what it looks like.
Sounds like a good idea.
And then lastly, my Final Fantasy pull. So picked up a Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles for the GameCube. I have another version for the Wii, and then another iteration for the, I believe it was the Game Boy Advance, if I remember correctly. So just kind of adding to that collection. This one, Final Fantasy X, may actually be a $10 mistake, being that I don't remember if I have this version of it or not. So if I do, great. If not, adds to the collection, so I was happy about it. And then the last one, I was very excited about this.
Were you?
Yeah.
Could tell.
I saw it, and I instantly said I had to have it. We'll kind of get fussed into this one here, the way that it looks. So, as you can see, opens up here, and we've got Final Fantasy 1 and Final Fantasy 2 for the PlayStation.
That is pretty snazzy.
In a nice display box. I believe I'd have to end up translating the back. There was supposed to be another disc to this, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
Fuckers, let me see.
I know. Maybe just display box. And I'll be happy with this.
Keep talking while I read this.
While you investigate. They each come out, have their own disc, and they kind of just sit in there. So it's nice to find these set pieces with the Final Fantasy games, the collections, and also something that I'm looking forward to in Japan will be the re-release 1 through 12 in one collection in the most recent updates. So if it's Famicom versions or Super Famicoms, it'll be on the PlayStation ports and so on and so forth.
It was supposed to be a figure in it.
It's supposed to be a figure. Maybe it's at the bottom in a hidden area.
Maybe there's an extra compartment that you can find. Sneaky.
I know. Well, that concludes what I got. Let's bust into what you picked up.
All right.
I found some gems.
Because I found some good shit today. Famicom, found this loose in a little basket off to the side. Really good condition. It's a copy of DuckTales 2. Anyone who's ever played any Capcom Disney games on either the NES or Super NES knows that they all kick ass. DuckTales 1 and 2 are some of the best. So DuckTales 2, got that for $3. Freaking awesome. Then I got a complete box copy of Gundam Wing Endless Duel. Of all the Gundam series, this one's probably my favorite. And this is one of the 2D fighters that they made based on the series, so that's really awesome. Another great game. Boxed and complete. Area 88. This game is known in the States and in Europe as UN Squadron. It's a really great side-scrolling shoot-'em-up made by Capcom. Oh, excuse me, I shouldn't be drinking soda while I do these.
Yeah.
Yeah, great side-scrolling shoot-'em-up made by Capcom. So yeah, I was pissing myself when I found out I really like this game. Got a copy of some Paper Mario or Mario Story, as it's new, you know. Happy to have this. I've actually never played either of the Paper Mario games, so really happy to have that one. Gonna get into that soon. And it's in really good condition in the box and all that. 2 games on PS2. Got a copy of Katamari Damacy, which is, or Damashi, which I've actually never played a Katamari game either, so I'm looking forward to that. And I got a game simply known as Cop, which came out overseas as Mr. Mosquito.
Excellent.
I wouldn't know because I've never played Mr. Mosquito either.
Oh, that's a great one.
I've just been missing out, so Mr. Mosquito, definitely looking forward to playing that. Got a handful of PC Engine games. They are all shooters actually. Cybercore, which is a top-down shooter, spaceship. Deep Blue, which is a shooter, but it's like underwater, I do believe, in the ocean. And a copy of R-Type 2. R-Type is some of the best shooters ever, period. So I was really happy to find that. This game, well, not even so much a game really. I've seen this around a bunch of times, but it wasn't until after the Sega Stoner got it and he started kind of hounding me because I didn't have it. So I went ahead and got a copy of What's Shenmue. Basically, just this was a hype builder for Shenmue because it was delayed. I think it came out like '99 or something. So this was just came out to build interest in Shenmue. So got that, and a stack of Mega Drive games. A lot of shmups there too. Got a copy of Super Thunderblade, which plays a lot like Space Harrier, with the camera in behind you. Got a copy of Daisimbu, which is a top-down, looks like a World War II style shooter. So, happy to have that. This one, made by Namco, it's called Phalios. And it's another top-down shooter, and you're a dude on a Pegasus killing monsters with magic energy and shit. I saw this game on an episode of GameSack, actually. I really like GameSack, by the way. Do you like GameSack?
I do.
You like GameSack? So I saw this on their Shoot 'em Up episode, and so when I saw it in hard off for $5, I was like, fucking A. And a copy of Alien Storm. This is just an action shooter. I think you got like it's. I've actually never played it before, but I've seen video on YouTube. People speak highly of it. I think it was even in a Nintendo Nerd or a Video Game Nerd episode where he was comparing Genesis to Super NES. So Alien Storm, looking forward to playing that. And got a copy of Mickey Mouse Castle of Illusion, which is really fantastic game. Basically any Mickey Mouse game on 16-bit other than Fantasia is really good. Fantasia is a god-awful piece of shit. Anyway, that's all the pickups I was able to get at our little trip to Hard Off today. I'd say we got some pretty good stuff, wouldn't you?
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Not bad. Rob, now, as you mentioned earlier, don't you have a YouTube channel?
I do, actually. And the funny thing is, you know, I pick up these, and I'll probably actually be featuring the Final Fantasy games on there, and maybe the Dragon Quest, because they kind of just fall into that same RPG element. But Seattle Original is the channel name, and I try to interact with you as much as I can, because you're kind of almost like a mentor of the ins and outs of buying games in Japan. So hopefully we'll get some more videos up on my channel as well, and
so definitely check out Seattle Original. He's Rob's just now getting his channel underway. He recently moved here, and we're now co-workers. He lives close to me, and turns out he's a retro gamer too, so it was a no-brainer that we would get together and do some stuff like this. So definitely I'll put a link in the description to Rob's channel. Go sub to him, because you can look forward to a lot of good stuff in the future, hard-offs and stuff, and maybe some more collab shit with me. But that's it. That's everything. That's all there is, Rob.
That's everything. No hidden, no tricks.
No, except for maybe that figure that is in that hidden compartment.
It is hidden. I actually did find it.
You were searching for that while I was talking?
Yeah, I was.
Alright, anyway, that's it. Everybody, thanks for watching. Do please come back next time when we go to yet another hard off to find a bunch of games for dirt cheap. Jim, Rob, everybody, take it easy. Hey, everybody. Jim here, and this is, for all intents and purposes, my final hard off video, presumably. I don't know. But this, I filmed this some time ago, over a month ago, when I was still in Japan. I'm not anymore. I am in the United States of America as I record this, and I'm just watching this video. I barely remember what I recorded, actually. I just, the usual, combing through some hard offs, trying to find some games on this, what was a rather rainy, gray day in my neighborhood in West Tokyo, Japan. And we're going to get in these stores and see what we can find. My hunch is it's going to be video games. So let's see what we got. Alright. Here's a PC Engine core graphics with a CD attachment. Controllers, cords, everything. About $100. I was gonna get it. But then I noticed that the CD unit wasn't working. It was marked on the price sticker. So I ended up passing, which was very much a bummer to me. WonderSwan games. I picked up a few. I always like to pick up new WonderSwan games whenever I can, just because they're they're kind of uncommon. Some Super Famicom games down in that case. Lots of handheld stuff here. I'm not huge on handhelds though, so I didn't really pick up much except for WonderSwan. Final Fantasy VII for $2. I'm not likely to find that for that price in the States, unfortunately. Even though it's extremely common. That was a very good selling game. Final Fantasy VIII, $3, also very good. Always love combing through the PlayStation section in a hard off, just because there's always so much. Typically, every time I go, I'll find some random game I've never heard of before, just by virtue of the fact that so many games were released for it. Some Saturns. I love the look of the white Saturn. Unfortunately, I don't have one, but I don't know. Some other time, I guess. Biohazard 2 DualShock version. Fantastic game. Dino Crisis, Dorambo, which is a good shoot 'em up. Yeah, just tons of PlayStation games. One of my favorite systems ever, actually, the original PlayStation. Just a huge library of great stuff. Always fun to dig through those. Dreamcast games for my beloved Dreamcast. Shenmue 2. Kind of like deluxe edition with all, a couple of bonus discs in it. Gundam, because who doesn't love some Gundam? I love Gundam. I really do. One of my favorite series of anime. Vampire Savior, fantastic game, especially on the Saturn. That 4 megabyte RAM card really makes a difference. Any 2D fighter on the Saturn is going to look pretty damn good. Big PS2 section here. Ultraman and Kamen Rider game. That looks pretty cool. Didn't get that though. I was being unusually frugal this day, I think. It's pretty unusual for me. I usually kind of throw caution to the wind when I'm buying my games. Project Justice. Fantastic game. That's a series I'd love to see Capcom bring back, is Rival Schools. Always love those games. Some Dragon Ball Z action. What was that? Shin Butoden and Legends. Pretty good games. Dragon Ball Z games are usually kind of hit or miss, but those aren't so bad. Muscle Bomber, aka Saturday Night Slam Masters, another great Capcom 16-bit game. For my money, from 8 to 32-bit,
there's not a whole lot you could complain about with Capcom. Twin Snakes, which I did end up buying. Not a huge Metal Gear fan, but the first game I like a lot, so I ended up getting that. Lots of Famicom stuff here. That pink box houses the Japanese version of River City Ransom. That's one of my favorite series of games, actually, the Kunio-kun series. And as you just saw, a whole bunch of Famicom games. And here I'm going to the bargain bins. Lots of peripherals and random stuff up there. Lots of loose carts and things. Pretty much everything down this aisle should be roughly $1. If it doesn't have a price sticker on it, it's $1 or 100 yen, whichever you prefer. It's basically the exact same thing. Street Fighter Zero, I really do enjoy that game. I enjoy that entire series, actually. Alpha 3 might be my favorite Street Fighter game. I don't know, usually you won't find too much to get excited about in the bargain bins, but I have found some really good deals, but you just gotta dig. I found games like Ghost in the Shell and Xenogears for $1, so if you're patient, you could maybe find something of note. I did end up finding a bunch of PC Engine games in one of these boxes after I put the camera away, and I was too lazy to get the camera back out, so you're not gonna see that, but you can take my word for it. And then lots of just junk consoles. If you can fix up consoles, that's probably something you'd be interested in. Okay, back on the road. I guess I'll take this moment to kind of explain a few things. I am moved back to the United States. Next week, actually, I'm moving to my new home in Texas. That's right, I'm going to be just another Texas YouTuber, I guess. And I'll probably not be there much longer than a year to a year and a half before I return to Japan, hopefully permanently. Just, you know how it is, work stuff, school stuff, all that junk. And then I guess at that time I'll be able to do more stuff like this, more hard off vids and everything. But until then, I'm American, baby. Alright, here we are in another hard off, my real go-to one, actually. You can see boxed Mega Drives up there. They're like $70-something, which I guess you can get away with. I don't know. I guess that's reasonable. I'm not sure. And then there are, you know, PlayStations, PS2s, Wii U's, Famicoms, which are really nice and white. Kind of unusual, actually. They usually, when you find them, they're at least kind of yellowed. 64 with lots of controllers for like $100 almost. Super Famicoms, and this one comes with a cool carrying case, only $50. Very cool. We got Dreamcasts. There's some PCFX consoles up there, GameCubes, and Saturns, of course. There's a High Saturn, or a Hitachi Saturn, another cool-looking Saturn that I don't own, but I'd like to. Case, not much in this case, actually. There's Family Basic, in case you want to, whatever the hell you do with it. I don't know, what do you program? I don't know what the hell that thing is, really. It's a keyboard, though. PS2. I also love combing through PS2 sections as well. Another, again, like the PS1, just by virtue of the fact that it was a really popular console with a whole lot of games released for it. You can usually find something new pretty much each and every time you go digging through the PlayStation 2 section. I always enjoy that. Sengoku Basara. Very good, like Dynasty Warriors, but with a little more over-the-top Japanese flavor. I like that series a lot. See down there, Evangelion, Fist of the North Star. All kinds of good stuff. Yes, PlayStation 2. And Xbox 360, which is kind of slim pickings. Really, the only Japanese 360 games I buy are the bullet hell shooters and things. You see a pretty scant Dreamcast and Saturn section. But oh my. I'm like drawn magnetically to any PC Engine games. Kung Fu, Mr. Heli, which I did not have, so I ended up buying. PC Engine is actually my favorite system to collect for Bikuriman World. just because before coming to Japan, I didn't know shit about the PC Engine. So PC Engine games for me are like a box of chocolates. They're delicious. No, it's because I never know what I'm going to get. So I always grab as many PC Engine games as I can whenever I can. There's some 64, GameCube, lots of Famicom games and Super Famicom games they have hung up here like this, which it's nice that they have such a big selection, but it can be such a royal pain in the ass to kind of flip through and try to find what you want. Especially I've had requests in the past from friends if I can pick them up games. So when I go hunting down that game, one particular game for that person, I have to flip through all these damn games. Parodius. I do like me some Parodius. Any Konami shoot 'em up really is guaranteed fun. But yeah, so huge selection, but it can get a little tedious flipping through all those games. Here's the case with all the crimes being committed on prizes. There's Hyperstone Heists and Goku Blade. There's some Sonic game down there, maybe Adventure 2, Zelda collection, all super expensive stuff, and then some expensive DVD collections. I'm going to wrap this up as I come around to this PlayStation section, because this vid's almost over. So I just want to say thanks to everyone for watching and supporting the channel over these past few years. I'm going to continue making vids and things for my channel while I'm in Texas. So thanks for watching. Take care. I'll see you next time. Goodbye, everybody.
Hey everybody, Jim here. Today I am in an area known as Kamonomiya in Kanagawa Prefecture because I am looking for a hard off that's supposed to be around here. It's a hard off slash hobby off, if I'm not mistaken. So as the title implies, I'm hunting it down with the aid of Google Maps because it wasn't actually on the paper map I have. I'm pretty sure I know where it is. It's on the other side of this river. So stick around because I will very shortly be arriving at a brand new hard off to see what I can find. Games, toys, because there's a hobby off connected to it. Who the hell knows what's going to be in there? So, stick around. Alright, finally I found you. I got turned around a little bit back there. Not too proud to admit, but it's all gravy now. Because we are coming up on the hard off hobby off, as you can plainly see on this excessively bright day. Gonna get inside and see what they have. My hunch is that they're gonna have some video games and some toys and potentially a ton of trading cards. But you shall know soon enough. Let's check it out.
Alright, getting started with some consoles. They actually had some pretty cool ones in this particular hard-off. Final Fantasy 13-2 PS3 is pretty cool. Lots of PS2s here, 360s as you can see, Super Famicom and Dreamcast. This is really cool. This is a Hokuto no Ken Legend Edition PS3. A Fist of the North Star Edition PS3. That's just amazing. You can see Dreamcast, N64s there, all kinds of good stuff. This, which I found interesting, a PlayStation 2 Gundam thing. I don't know. I don't have any limited edition PlayStation 2s, not knowledgeable about that. Final Fantasy 13 edition PS3 looks very cool. And then here we have some Super Famicoms and Nintendo 64s. Priced right, they're about 25 bucks each, which is very reasonable. And here we come to like their main aisle with, you know, most of what they have as far as games is concerned. Lots of good stuff here. Here is a copy of the latest game in the Zero series, aka Fatal Frame. That's unfortunately not getting a physical release in the United States. That's, if I saw correctly, that's probably about $40 it's going for right now. Lots of good stuff for the Wii and Wii U. Some 3DS stuff here. Here's Zelda Kamigami no Triforce 2, aka Link Between Worlds. Really great game. As you can see, all this stuff is priced right, priced to move. Especially with the yen rate being what it is now. Soul Eater, I didn't even know they had made a game out of Soul Eater, so I found that interesting. I actually really like that anime. Yen rate right now is about 125 to the dollar. So this is all you know, really reasonably priced stuff if you think of it in those terms. More DS and 3DS. Here, GameCube. Actually got a couple of GameCubes today, and as you can see, they got Capcom vs SNK 2, Luigi's Mansion, Rune. There's even some GBA stuff down there, and then a few wrapped up Super Famicom and this one and only Famicom game, Super Mario Bros. 3, just sitting there, nestled in with some GBA games. But you can see they got Twinbee, Mario Kart, Gundam, Mario All-Stars, Dragon Quest 3 on the Super Famicom, which is a great version of that game. Smash Brothers going for, oh, that's probably about $12, and it's complete and boxed. That's very awesome. King of Fighters combo pack. 3 different King of Fighters games, all in one pack. You can see they got Street Fighter Collection, 1 game for the Neo Geo. So plenty of cool stuff to check out. The Capcom Generations Volume 4, lots of cool Capcom arcade games on those collections. Some Dreamcast games, King of Fighters 2000. I'm a big King of Fighters fan, so definitely always good to have one of those in your collection. And Metal Slug X for the PlayStation. I actually did end up picking this up as well. Metal Slug series, probably my favorite run and gun series. Really good one. So I definitely was willing to pick up Metal Slug X for not much. PS2, lots and lots of PS2. You can see Persona, Wild Arms. What else do we have? Shin Megami Tensei. Just all kinds of stuff. One really great thing about these sections, right here, if you can see this, that says shooting. They have these games sorted by genre. So this, where I have my hand now, that actually says King of Fighters. So it's just a King of Fighters little section. That's really useful when you go to a store not looking for anything specific, but you have like certain types of games you're looking for, like this, Gradius 3 and 4, which I ended up picking this up as well because I'm also a big fan of Gradius, of all the old Konami shoot-'em-ups actually. And that's actually a really great couple of games. But very convenient that the games are divided by genre. That's very helpful. And here's their somewhat modest Xbox 360 section. Obviously Microsoft, you know, consoles and games not the best selling in Japan, but you can find some really cool stuff for the Xbox 360. Lots of good shooters, things of that nature. Here we have a Sengoku Basara Chronicle Heroes for the PSP. I am a big fan of the Sengoku Basara series as well. So always cool to see more games in that series. And then lots and lots of PSP, PS Vita, again, you know, lots of RPGs, Persona, all that kind of stuff. So really great selection there. Moving on, they have kind of a modest Famicom section, but you take a look, you got Dragon Quest and little chibi Ultraman. All these games are probably priced $5 or lower, with certain exceptions. Here you got Double Dragon 2. That's probably like about $8. So again, everything really reasonably priced. Nothing is gonna be over $10 usually. So lots of good stuff. This game, Ike Ike Neketsu Hockey-Bu, my favorite 8-bit hockey game. I have reviewed it. Go check it out. Really great game. What else we got here? Top Gun, classic, obviously, and again, really cheap. So tons and tons of good stuff here. What do we got? Some sports games. Baseball Stars, boxed and complete. That's always nice to find box games. Yoshi's Cookie, very cool game. That one's also about $8, and it's boxed and complete, so you can't really complain too much about that. And here, a copy of Willow, which is super cool. I actually intended to pick it up, but I ended up forgetting it on the way out, so I did not leave with a copy of Willow, unfortunately. But that's their kind of modest, cool little Famicom section. Here we have the bargain bins. You cannot leave any hard off without taking a look in the bargain bins, because pretty much everything you see in here is priced at about 100 yen, which right now is kind of equivalent to like 75 cents. So you can pick up a copy of Final Fantasy X if you want to for 75 cents. These are always worth looking in, just because I found great stuff in here. I've found Xenogears for 100 yen. I found Ghost in the Shell on the PlayStation for 100 yen. I found games like Power Stone and Capcom vs. SNK 2. And I think even a copy of Marvel vs. Capcom on the Dreamcast. I found them all for 100 yen. So it is always worth taking a look in the bargain bins. As you can see, I'm just pulling out all kinds of stuff here. They have pretty much everything in these areas. You can find PlayStation, PlayStation 2, Saturn, Dreamcast, Famicom, Super Famicom, everything. You see here a copy of Intelligent Cube. That's a fantastic puzzle game for the PlayStation. Copy of Legaia, or The Legend of Legaia. That's about 75 cents for that. And Ark the Lad. So if you like Ark the Lad, you can pick yourself up a copy for about 75 cents. That's very cool. PS2, as I said, and there's always a lot. You're always going to find a ton of PlayStation and PlayStation 2 in here, just by virtue of the fact that so many games in those libraries. You know, each one has a couple of thousand games. Dragon Ball Z 2, fun game. I like the game board story mode. Junk stuff up there. If you fancy yourself good with repairs, that could be a very cheap way to pick up new consoles. Down here, you see you got some light guns, but also lots and lots of controllers. Probably going to find controllers in there for pretty much any system you can think of. And even though this is typically like a junk area, usually the controllers and memory cards and all that still work perfectly fine. Zelda, Link to the Past, that's going for about $2.50, which that's not bad for a copy of, sorry, not Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time. That's not too bad for a copy of Ocarina of Time, if you ask me. Even got some DS and PSP in there. Super Family games. Here's a wrestling game. You got Jushin Thunder Liger and Great Muta on the cover. Two of my favorite wrestlers of all time, actually. And here you have just lots of loose carts. Famicom, here's some Mega Drive stuff. Volleyball. Super League, whatever. Copy of Sonic. Pick yourself up a 75-cent copy of Sonic. That's not bad. Handheld stuff. Game Boy. Yu Yu Hakusho on Game Boy. That's, again, 100 yen. That's pittance. And then Saturn games. Where else can you go to find Saturn games for 75 cents each? If you can find those in your area, I'd love to hear about it. And PC Engine, the one PC Engine game I pulled out of there. And here, pretty cool Famicom disc games. Nothing terribly impressive, but it's cool that they're there. And a handful of Dreamcast. What is this? Sakura Wars 2. The nice sleeve and everything. You can buy that for $1 roughly. So that's very nice. But typically you'll find lots of sports and other random titles in there. The things you'd expect to find in a bargain bin. Now to the hobby off side of the store. Toys and figures. You can see Mechagodzilla right there. Very cool. Lots of figures up there. But this whole aisle right here, as you can see, is just wall-to-wall Gundam model kits. That's very cool. I actually used to really enjoy putting together Gundam model kits some time ago when I was a teenager. Those were the only model kits I enjoyed putting together. And here you can find just a ton of them. I mean, they're used, presumably. I guess they put all the pieces back in the box. But yeah, you can buy Gundam model kits for all your favorite Gundams, and that's super cool. As you can see here, lots and lots of toys and things like that, and then more figures. Goodness, yes. Saint Seiya. Any Saint Seiya fans out there, you can find some really cool figures in here. It all looks more or less brand new, but it's priced at, you know, used prices, which is cool. Strike Witches, an anime and an Xbox 360 shoot 'em up, which I also reviewed. Go watch it. Go watch it. Strike Witches figures cool. Actually like that anime. Lots of Bishoujo girl figures and stuff like that. Here we have this Beach Time Spider-Man thing I thought was very interesting. I never saw that before. A Hokuto no Ken figure. Hokuto no Ken being one of my favorite anime ever. And then here I am knocking some stuff over. Because Beach Spider-Man, he's, as old JJ might say, he's a menace. He made me knock over some toys. Kenshiro from Hokuto no Ken with multiple heads and stuff. That's pretty cool. Big old dragon from Dragon Quest. You know I like that. But just tons and tons of stuff here. I mean, you can see it. You can probably see some figures for your favorite anime and such. Some Hatsune Miku. Macross. Macross figures. How cool is that? Who doesn't like Macross? So just wall-to-wall figures. You're going to find something you like in there. I pretty much guarantee it. And again, it's all minty. It's all priced to move. And then here we have all the cards. That whole aisle, just nothing but Yu-Gi-Oh cards. If you're a Yu-Gi-Oh player, you would be like a pig in shit in this place, because you'd be rubbing the cards all over your body. There's so damn many of them. And then some more figures. Here, lots of cool Kamen Rider figures. I like Kamen Rider. I always have. I like Sentai. So, if I was still collecting figures right now, I would be buying these up for sure. Lots and lots of little Gachapon figures as well. This is what's so cool about going to a hobby off, is you can find any number of things. Just figures, cards, toys, puzzles, other cool little things. And all these things, it's nice. You don't have to sit there and mess with a Gachapon to get them. They're on the racks. And finally, I thought this was pretty cool for all you anime fans. How about some anime on Laserdisc? Yes, indeed. These sections have Laserdisc, Space Battleship Yamato. That's super cool. Stuff on Laserdisc. They sell vinyl albums, all that stuff. So you can get cool kind of collector's pieces like this for pretty much dirt cheap. Boy of the Future Conan, Superman, all kinds of great stuff. And this is about where I finished up. So this is where I leave you, and let's see how I did today.
Alright, so finished up in that nice little hard off there. Smaller than ones I've been to in the past, actually the smallest I've ever been to, but it still had some pretty cool stuff. Some nice consoles. I picked up a few nice games, and they had a lot of really cool figures in there that I would buy if I was, you know, buying figures at the moment, but I'm not. But yeah, that's it. That was not too bad. The hard off / hobby off in Kamonomiya, Kanagawa Prefecture. If you're ever in the area, check it out. It's not too hard to find. And that's it. Everybody, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time.
Hey everybody, Jim here for another Hard Off Hunter, and this is about the part where I would be speaking to my camera as I walk through the streets, but actually on this particular night I was in my local neighborhood of Ogikubo, and since I already did the neighborhood tour and apartment tour thing, and I'm sure a lot of people already saw me talking to myself, I don't think I need to look any crazier than I already did. I don't want my neighbors thinking I'm the kind of guy that just walks around town talking to himself. So anyway, this is Ogikubo. This is the other side of the tracks in the neighborhood that I live in. This is the more like commercial district area. So you guys can have a look around at my neighborhood here. It's pretty cool. Lots of businesses, lots of places to eat, lots of different kinds of food, plenty of Italian and Indian and Japanese restaurants, and then chain restaurants as well. McDonald's, KFC, that kind of stuff. Supermarkets, other various stores, clothing shops and shoe stores and drug stores and yada yada yada. And right next to the station there is a book off with plenty of games, figures, and of course lots and lots of manga. So that's where I'm going tonight. I've been there before, and so no surprises for me, but it's a pretty decently stocked little book off. A lot of book offs, you know, are kind of hit or miss as far as what they're going to have in terms of video games. Some might only have, you know, more recent stuff, and some will have some retro games and stuff. So we shall see once we get in there, but in the meantime we're going for this nice little leisurely walk. This is a really cool area because there is a main street with you know, lots of businesses and stuff on it, but there are lots and lots of little back alleys in this area as well, and they have their own restaurants and bars and you know, really cool stuff in there. And so I do like getting around, exploring some of the more I don't know, off to the side spots. Back alleys sounds a little seedy, like, oh, it's in the back alley where there's shifty stuff going on. Not really. Even in back alleys, quote unquote, in Tokyo, you'll find that things are still pretty legit, pretty safe. It's just, I don't know, I guess there are space constraints or something where they have to be all these little narrow streets, and I don't know, every available square inch is used for something, some kind of business or whatever. Anyway, this is kind of the area around the north exit of the station, and directly across the street is our destination, the book off, which you can see there. So as I get across the street here and give you another quick look around, we are about to get inside this book off plus, apparently, here in Ogikubo, Tokyo. Let's get inside and check it out. Alright, getting started in my local book off, having a look at some PS Vita right here. I'm unfortunately not a big expert on current gen stuff, so we can take a look at this. I can't really tell you what the hell I'm looking at because I actually don't own a Vita or a PS4 for that matter, but I can tell there's definitely lots of everything. There's plenty of RPGs, plenty of visual novels as usual, which is something that I see everywhere, but unfortunately it's something I'm not very into. I am into like Dragon Quest, which I can see there, so that's cool. But lots and lots of PS Vita and PS4, which is very convenient about book offs. If you want to go in, you can find stuff that's essentially new releases, and you can buy them at reduced prices. You can see here Street Fighter, the brand new Ryuga Gotoku. People always comment on how good of condition everything is. When I'm doing these videos, everything looks like it's pretty much mint condition. It really is, for the most part. It's almost like buying brand new, you know, the kind of condition they sell this stuff in. You can see here Persona 5, and there was some, you know, other stuff, the new Gravity Rush, and just all kinds of stuff. Here, a bunch of fighting games. You can see Fighting Climax, and Guilty Gear, and Aquapazza, and Arcana Heart. Very cool little collection of 2D fighting games for the PlayStation 3. I am, of course, a big fan of 2D fighting games, and there are a lot of them on the PS3. A lot of Japan exclusives as well, like Aquapazza and Nitro Blasters. That's, you know, I'd recommend all that stuff. Very cool Far East of Eden collection for the PSP. Was not aware that that was ever released, but that's cool. If you're interested in Far East of Eden, you can pick that up. Some kind of VR Troopers thing, maybe, for the PS2. That's the thing about the PS2 in Japan. When I come up to a PS2 section, I'll be there forever just because there's so much Japan exclusive stuff for it. I have no idea what the hell it is. I just want to dig through it the whole time. And then lots and lots of strategy guides, which is cool. I like going through those to try to find, you know, like old school strategy guides from time to time. And then some spillover here, an extra rack, which is either a bargain rack or it's just stuff they didn't have room for on the main shelf. But there's some Vita and PS2 stuff. And then down here, some peripherals, and it looks like loose PS2s. Don't know if those things are junk or not, but there they are. Little bonus rack for you. And then here, lots and lots of DS and 3DS, which I actually do own a 3DS and DS. I enjoy them very much. I enjoy the Dragon Quest ports and the Kunio-kun stuff that's been released on them recently. The you know, like the newest River City Ransom style game, and the Kirby's and Mario's. Those are all fun. So actually, yes, enjoy my DS and 3DS quite a lot. Here we have some PS4s and PS3s being sold used. These are always cool because they'll have little stickers on the front letting you know if there's anything missing or any kind of damage. You can know it before you decide to buy it, which is very helpful. And then here, Xbox and Xbox 360 games, which I always like going through on the chance that I'll find some shooters or fighting games, because 360 in Japan does have plenty of exclusive shooters and fighting games. Castle Shikigami 3, which is a great game, not a Japan exclusive as far as I know, but still a really great shooter. And then plenty of Wii U and Wii. I've never owned a Wii U, but I did have a Wii for several years, and I actually liked my Wii quite a bit. And then even some GameCube. Got your Marios, your Biohazards, all that good stuff. And then here, even some retro stuff, which is greatly appreciated. Some Super Famicom, Mickey Mouse, Castlevania 4, Donkey Kong Country 2, and some Famicom games. This is awesome because book offs don't typically have much or anything in the way of retro games, so this is very cool for me. Got some Legend of Mana, some Rival Schools, Xenogears for like less than $5. Really awesome. And then lots of figures as well. I mean, I'm not going to say like lots. It's not like a hobby off, but more than I typically see in a book off. So I guess that's why this is a book off plus. Because I usually don't come across much in the way of retro games and cool figures when I'm going through a book off. That's why I typically don't go to them that much. I stick to hard offs and hobby offs. But this one had more than I was expecting. We'll put it that way. You can see some cool figures here. Right here, very cool Cloud Strife with Buster Sword and motorcycle and other accessories. That's really cool. Persona 4 figure. So I like that. If I had the room, I would like to buy more game-related figures. But as it is, anyone who saw my apartment video, you can see that my apartment isn't really very accommodating for big collections like that. Here in the CD section, I had to come and show this off. Video game soundtracks and remixed music from video games in their game music section. All 3 of the first Castlevanias on one disc, I guess, soundtracks. So that's very cool. Emerald Dragon or Dragoon, I'm not really sure what that is. But I'm a big enthusiast for video game music. Shin Megami Tensei soundtrack, very cool. Sengoku Basara, those games always have some pretty good music in it. This soundtrack here, Street Fighter, love that cover, and just look at all the tracks included. That's pretty awesome. I like to buy game soundtracks every once in a while, and sometimes you know, the music is good for videos as well. Twinbee Yahoo, amazing soundtrack on that. But just in general, I think video games historically have had some amazing music. Darius Gaiden, which has a really interesting soundtrack, by the way, and it's also one of my favorite Saturn shooters, just as kind of like an aside there. Dragon Quest music, all of these CDs I'm putting my hands on here. This big old Dragon Quest V soundtrack, which is awesome. The Dragon Quest games have really just outstanding, recognizable music. Persona 3 remixed music, it looks like. So yeah, just a quick glance at what you can find in a game music section in a book off. Some really excellent stuff in there. And to wrap it up, instead of focusing on each individual piece or part of this book off, because that would take us all day and night, because as you can see, it's a big old store, we're going to do a walkthrough. So, just to give you an idea of the scope of just how much manga and other things are in this place. And also, I'll just comment that very common to see people standing around, reading the manga from the shelves, which I've always found interesting, because I'm accustomed to, in the States, it's always the kind of like the common, like, this isn't a museum, you're gonna buy it or aren't you? Buy it or get out. Not so here. In convenience stores and book offs, people just standing around, hanging out, reading manga, and they're left to mind their own business, which is cool. And then just gotta comment, tons of manga here: JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Bleach, Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, a whole bunch that I don't even know the names of, don't know anything about. I think it's safe to say that if you come to a book off like this, regardless of what series you're a fan of, you'll probably find something that you like. It's hard to imagine not finding a manga or a CD or a DVD you like out of all of this stuff. So again, yeah, just walking through to show you the scope of a book off plus. Just a book off across the street from my local train station, and you go inside, and then boom, you find all this games, figures, manga, everything just right in your face. Anyway, I hope you liked having a look around in there, and I hope you like having a look around this neighborhood as well, because well, I happen to like it very much. And not just because I live here, but because, well, yes, never mind, because I live here. I like it because I live here. And, but no, it really is just a nice neighborhood. Lots of stuff. If you just want to go for a walk, have a look around, pop into some shops, whatever. It's a good neighborhood for that. So I'm happy to be living here. And, you know, just I like this neighborhood. It's very cool. And I hope you liked it too. Hope you enjoyed this little walk around. And as usual, looking inside of a book off. We're going to try to make it a hard off next time. Got to get the map out and I guess plot my next course. Maybe I'll use a Sexton or something for my next hard off hunt. Do those only work if you're on the water? I don't know. I don't know the intricacies of Sextons and nautical navigation. Anyway, I'm getting on a tangent. A takoyaki stand as a final visual for you guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks for accompanying me through my neighborhood and my local book off. Take care, everybody. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here. I have just arrived in Shibusawa, which I've never been to this area before, but I've passed it on the train, and I could see from the window of the train what looked like a pretty big hard off. So that's why I'm here today. Don't exactly know where it is. I just know from, you know, where I saw it on the train, the general direction of it. So I'm gonna walk in that general direction, and hopefully before the day is out, I will have found a brand new, rather large hard off in which to hunt for games. So stick with me because I will find this thing. I promise. And now I've been walking for the better part of a half an hour, and I'm hopeful. I am hopeful because from up high you can, whoa, right on, dude's got a hog. From up high you could see that it was in this direction, and there she blows. I have found you. Let's get up on it. Again, I've never been to this one before. Never been to this town before, so. But from the train, it looked pretty impressive. Coming around the corner here, nice big sign. We've got computers, audio, and soft. Ooh. This is a nice big one. Looks, well, not too big. It's got like a nice warehouse size to it. Alright. Well, after much searching, I finally found it. So let's get inside and see what this hard off has to offer. Let's check it out. right. Getting started, this hard off, one of the better stocked hard offs I've ever been to, actually, here in the console section. You can see they got a lot of PS2s, white and black, which is as per usual. Even a silver one there, which is cool, and plenty of Dreamcasts, which you can see these are all really reasonably priced, $30 or less, pretty much, and Saturns as well. This pretty cool Hello Kitty Dreamcast. Don't come across that all that often. It's less than $50, so that's pretty cool. And then more Saturns, white and gray. Plenty of GameCubes of all different colors, black and silver and orange spice. Some Famicoms, reasonably priced, and Model 2 Famicoms, aka the NES top loader model. Those are always going to be more expensive. Boxed Super Famicoms and boxed in 64s. The Model 2 Super Famicom, very yellow. Don't necessarily need or want one of those. Some controllers up here. 3D Saturn controller and a Neo Geo CD controller, which is cool. Anything Neo Geo is always nice to come by. Boxed 3DO, which is cool. I like the 3DO enough, I guess. Not a terrible system. PC Engine Core Graphics, again, very cool. Anytime you can find anything PC Engine, that's a good day. And more 3DOs, and a PC Engine Duo R. This being sold for somewhere in the neighborhood of $150, which is a good deal. Duo R's, I have a couple of them myself, and that's the system, if you ask me. And then here, cool Mega Drive and Mega CD combo. That's probably about $180 is what that's going for, which, that's, I don't know. You don't want to pay that in a hard off. And then some peripherals, you know, you got some steering wheels, taiko drums, all that stuff. Now we get into some games proper. This aisle, well, starting out, you can see plenty of PS Vita and PSP as well. But you can see Persona 4 Golden, which is cool. There's some Hatsune Miku in there, One Piece, and a whole host of other stuff. Lots of PS Vita right there. And then even some PS4 titles, which is pretty cool. You see Sengoku Basara 4, I think, and Smyuga Gotoku, Biohazard Revelations 2. So already hard off starting to get some PS4 stuff in there. And then PS3. Always going to be plenty of PS3. You can see Dragon Ball Z and Biohazard, Metal Gear Solid 4, and a nice, I guess, little collector's edition. And more. It's like being in a library. And then their PSP section, you can see some Star Ocean, Ys, plenty of RPG goodness in there. There's even some like weird Kamen Rider Ultraman stuff down there. Rockman Dash 2, that's awesome. Mega Man Legends 2, as it's known in the West. I do love that series of Mega Man games. And again, just like the PS3, there's just a lot of PSP to be found here. You can see down there some fighting games, Bleach, and some other stuff. And yet another shelf full of PSP, including one with a scantily clad lady on it. Yeah, if you're a PSP, Blaze Blue, very cool. I'm a big fan of Blaze Blue, by the way. Yeah, if you're a Sony enthusiast, PSP, PS3, whatever, you're gonna find a lot to love in a hard off. A cool Persona 4, something Suplex. I don't know what exactly that version was, but it looked pretty cool. And then here, as usual, a modest Xbox section. Again, no secret that Xbox isn't exactly flying off the shelves in Japan. But if you're patient and you are vigilant, keep your eyes out. You can find some pretty cool stuff. There is a lot of really cool Japan exclusive stuff for the 360. See Steins Gate, which is very cool. yeah, there's plenty of exclusive stuff for the 360 in Japan. A lot of really good shooters and 2D fighters, which are right up my alley. So I actually really enjoy collecting for the 360. Here, a case with some stuff in it, but we're going to bypass that, apparently. To some Famicom Disk System stuff, which is cool. I like collecting for my Famicom Disk System. See Green Beret, Dirty Pair, Mario Brothers, some loose PSP stuff in there, and then you can see Contra, some Rockman games, Akumajo Dracula, Konami YY World, some Kunio games, Super Famicom stuff in there, Mother 2, Rockman 7, all good stuff, and then more Famicom stuff up here, some boxed games, which is always nice, including Final Fantasy, which is cool. Anything you can find something circa 1980s that's boxed and really minty like that, it's always great. And as you can see here, some pretty cool titles. Ninja Gaiden in there, some Rockman, Yoshi. Good stuff in there. Here, these are cool, these little packs they put together. Here, a whole bunch of Kunio-kun games bundled together. And then all 6 Rockman games. They're selling that, it looks probably about 90 bucks for the 6 Rockman games. Even some Saint Seiya, Godzilla, and Dragon Quest, obviously. Always gonna be plenty of that. Ganbare Goemon, Ninja Turtles, alright. Yes, no shortage of good Famicom titles in here. And then, of course, you gotta have a lot of PS2 in any respectable hard-off. And a bundle of Dynasty Warriors games, which is cool. If you're a Dynasty Warriors fan, it's always nice to be able to get a bundle like that. Got Odin, Break Blow, which I reviewed the sequel to that game. They're a fun kind of MMA anime style game, which is cool. And you can see there Initial D, some other cool stuff, and more PS2. Again, all nice and divvied up. And then down here, some interesting little box sets. This is all, here you can see Negima. This is all kind of like the super cutesy dating sim stuff. All cool if you're into that. Some Taiko Drum Master. PS1 games here. See Parasite Eve. Such a great game. And more. There was, I believe, saw some Tales games in there. Other things like that. More bundles up here. Dragon Ball Z games and all whatnot, Street Fighter games. But you got Zelda, Go-Go Akman, Donkey Kong Country, Dragon Quest, anything you could really be interested in for a Super Famicom. And then lots of really good condition box Super Famicom games. Shin Megami Tensei right there. Very cool. It's always nice to see just a big area of box games like this. Super Mario RPG in great shape. You can see in there some Kirby, plenty of good stuff. Mario and Wario, which is a fun game. You play it with your mouse. Slam Dunk, which is a manga series about basketball. They converted into some games here. Dragon Ball Z, Yu Yu Hakusho, Puyo Puyo, Super Bomberman, Space Invaders, Poppin' Twinbee, more Puyo Puyo. Good lord, the hits just keep on coming. And then right here, more PlayStation. Imagine that. Some Chocobo's Dungeon, Rockman X6, Wild Arms 2, Air Guys, very cool, Ark the Lad, Oni, Variable Geo, no shortage of cool stuff, and then some Dreamcast, including a very cool box Choo Choo Rocket, some Typing of the Dead, Cyberbots for the Saturn, the special edition with the art book, that's very cool, Virtua Cop with the gun packed in. Again, just so much good stuff here. The Sonic Adventure, I believe there was a Sonic Adventure International version, was what it was. Don't know what the differences are. Code Veronica and a very cool sleeve. And some Capcom goodness. Street Fighter 02 and the original Street Fighter 0. Probably my favorite series of Street Fighter games is the Zero or Alpha games. They're very good. But some good Saturn stuff here. Christmas Nights, and then the original Nights into Dreams, which I like very much. Those would go really good with that 3D controller they had back there. Puzzle Bobble, Dragon Ball Z, very good. Like usual, Dreamcast and Saturn amalgamated into one location. And then here's some N64. Got Mario 64, Kirby, Ocarina of Time, Pokemon, Tetris. Very cool Majora's Mask box. I do like that. And then Mario Party, other good stuff down there. And then plenty of loose 64 carts. I'm not the biggest N64 fan, but there are some extremely good games on that system. Far more than bad games, I would say. More good than bad. Here, got some airsoft guns and stuff, but there was a cool little figure section in here, which usually you'd think is reserved for the hobby-offs, but here they had plenty of stuff. An entire side of the store just dedicated to figures and such. So here you can see this weird, kind of like a Go Tanks chopper thing, whatever. I have no idea. Plenty of mech and Gundam model kits, which is very cool. VF1, that's a Macross model kit. That's very cool. So yeah, plenty of model kits in there. Another cool thing, you got me, I don't know. If you know what the hell that was, down in the comments, let me know. Yeah, plenty of One Piece here. This another cool. Was that a Macross or a Gundam figure? I don't know. Evangelion. Super cool. Yeah, always good to come across some figures. A nice collection of Gundam characters, which is cool. If you're really into Gundam, you'll usually find something you're going to be into in these places. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. But yeah, never any shortage of Gundam or Kamen Rider or One Piece or JoJo. All the big name stuff. You're going to find plenty of it. And then just more. Extremely glossy, but we're getting into, I believe, some, Spawn. That's super cool. But then lots of Bishoujo figures. Detective Conan right there. But, yeah, pretty girl figures. You know, if that's the kind of thing you want to have on your shelf, this is the place to go. Because they've got plenty. Plenty of, oddly super cute, scantily clad, awkwardly posed, young girl action figures for your enjoyment. Yeah. Alright, after that little figure interlude, we're going to get back into some more games, because they had plenty more. Here we have some Mega Drive games. Not that much, unfortunately. It's always sad when I can't find, the Mega Drive games I want. They're fully stocked on everything else, but Mega Drive is almost always lacking in a hard off. I don't know why that is. And some Mega CD games, which is pretty cool. Heavy Nova, Night Trap, which I still haven't played Night Trap in Japanese yet. I want to give that a shot. Maybe it plays better in Japanese. PC Engine stuff, World Heroes 2, which is cool, and some Bikuriman. I've played Bikuriman World, which is just Wonder Boy, actually, so pretty cool. And yeah, not a bad little selection of PC Engine titles here. Burai 2 and Sports Festival, whatever. Super Star Soldier, that is a fantastic shooter by Hudson Soft. In this little case, some cool stuff. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike, Mortal Kombat 2, Bare Knuckle 2. You can see Magical Chase, of all things. And then Zero Wing for the PC Engine CD, which I do like Zero Wing quite a bit. And then Star Parodia, which is another great Hudson Soft shoot 'em up. And then moving into just a whole host of stuff. Game Boy and GBA stuff in this section. Game Boy stuff, I'm assuming, isn't exactly flying off the racks, because pretty much any hard off I go to, they will have a nice selection of Game Boy titles. And then in here you can see some GBA, N64, including Smash Brothers, even some Virtual Boy games in there. And then Dracula X, Kirby 3, and then Donald Duck in Maui Mallard, which is a really great game, actually. If you've never played, I believe in the West it's called Cold Shadow. It's really good. And then plenty of DS, 3DS stuff. You saw there Mr. Driller and Yoshi, Dragon Quest Monsters 2, Persona Q, lots of stuff. So plenty of DS and 3DS stuff to keep you entertained if you are a enthusiast for DS and 3DS. And then even some GameCube, Donkey Konga, One Piece, Pokemon, and modest little Wii and Wii U section. There's Zero, the new Zero game, which was recently released, aka Fatal Frame, which is cool. And that's about it in this whole aisle here. And then a whole bunch of like Pokemon cards and stuff, which I'm not super into, but that's a hell of an aisle. Lots and lots of games in there. Some good games too. And then the bargain bin area of this one, as you can see, this has got to be the most well organized bargain bin I have ever been to. Pretty much everything you see here is $1 or less than $1, usually like 75 cents. But yeah, I've never seen a bargain bin area like this, where everything was just so neat. They usually are just complete garbage, and you're gonna be there for a long time, you know, hunting and digging. But you know, this one really well organized. Here you can see just a whole bunch of Super Game Boys and some loose Super Famicom or Su-Fami games. See Final Fantasy VI just sitting there. You want it? You got 75 cents in your pocket. You want this copy of Seiken Densetsu 2. Well, there it is. Just get it. Just walk in. They might not even make you pay for it. They might just be like, oh yeah, whatever, take it. Not really. Please don't. If you go to a hard off, don't try to just take the games and walk out. Please pay for them. And if you do shoplift, don't tell them I told you to do it. That's my disclaimer on this video. Yeah, bunch of Saturn, some Dreamcast, Street Fighter Zero, again less than $1, which is a steal. And then Christmas Nights, which, you know, stuff they had on the regular rack, they've gotten here as well. So, which typically when I buy games from this section, they're not broken. They will work just fine, and up to and including the CD games. The cartridges, usually just take them home, give them a quick cleaning, and they're fine. Here, just a ton of PlayStation. See Tekken 3, very cool. Samurai Spirits, no manual though. And just more and more Tekken. A lot of the common stuff you'll find in here, but you will find cool things. You just saw earlier Final Fantasy VI and Seiken Densetsu 2, Dirge of Cerberus, Taiko Drum Master. If you've seen in the past, I found games like Xenogears and Biohazard 2 on the Dreamcast and Ghost in the Shell for the PlayStation. I found all that stuff in the bargain bins. Here you can see Bleach, this cool Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops Plus Deluxe Pack. That's actually priced at maybe about like $12. Yeah, lots and lots of stuff in here. Naruto. I know I got some Naruto fans in the house. Gundam. So again, yes, just their bargain bin is pretty much just as well organized as their just regular shelves. Very neat, very easy to navigate. Here, Melty Blood Act Cadenza for less than $1. If you've seen my review of Melty Blood Actress Again, you know how much I like that series and how awesome it is. And those games typically go, that one in particular, usually around $20 or so. So getting it for 75 cents is a really good deal. Here are some junk stuff. This PC Engine CD unit is pretty cool. some Wii's and 360s. Lots of peripherals and stuff in here. You take your chances with that stuff. Just loose PlayStation decks. Lots of wires and controllers. Even a couple of PSXs, which I've played on a PSX before, and they're pretty cool. They're like a PS2, PS3 before there was a PS3. Anyway, here, final stop. Strategy guide section. Super cool. Tales of Destiny, Donkey Kong Country, a couple of Final Fantasy VII strategy guides. This is always nice when I come across a little section like this, which is occasionally, you know, I go into a hard off or a hobby off, they'll have, you know, something like this, where it's just lots of strategy guides. And I found some really cool old stuff. I found great strategy guides for, you know, the first couple of Biohazard games and Link to the Past and, you know, old 16-bit and 8-bit Mario games. Just found super cool stuff in here, and it's usually all like $1 a piece. This pretty cool strategy guide by V-Jump, it's just like all of the 32-bit Dragon Ball Z games, which is cool. Sengoku Basara 3, Seiken Densetsu, or Legend of Mana. Just awesome. That's actually my favorite Mana game. And just more. Omega Boost. Come on, man. You can't pat a strategy guide for Omega Boost. That's super awesome. And but as you can see, just plenty of cool stuff in here. God Eater and Dragon Quest. Lots of cool strategy guides here. Metal Gear. Anyway, this was a really great store. Very well stocked. I'm going to go ahead and wind it down now. So here are a few final words, everyone. Alright, so that turned out to be a really awesome, very well stocked hard off. I saw some really cool, plenty of consoles in there, lots of games, even some other cool little things, figures. They even had some pachinko machines and slot machines for sale in there. But it was pretty cool. Walked away with a nice little bag of games. And this is another one that it's not too far from me, so it's one I can always come back to. That was pretty awesome. I hope you guys enjoyed having a look inside this newly discovered hard off. Thanks for watching. Take care, everybody. I shall see you next time.
Perceives all things conjoined, the past, the future, and the present. Everything flows, and all is connected. This eye is not merely seeing reality.
Hey everybody, Jim here, and today I am in the neighborhood of Musashi Kogane, because I'm going to go to a hard off today. I've actually been to this hard off, but it was, I would say, 2 to 3 years ago, and it was really awesome, but I haven't been back since. And so I thought today I would come back to this lovely neighborhood and check out this hard off once again, see if you know, what do they have this time? It's been years, so I don't know, maybe it's better off than it was before. Maybe I can find a mountain of games, maybe I can find some decent prices, who knows. But it is a roughly 20-minute walk from the station, and it's warm outside today. So I have got some walking to do, I've got some water with me, and I'm ready for this. It's not a long walk, it's 20 minutes, it's not like a big deal, but I'm ready for this nice leisurely stroll to the Hard Off, where hopefully I can get a game or two. So stick around, because I will be there eventually.
The order was given to advance. Make all necessary preparations. Over.
Roger, Charlie. Let's go. We're on top of it. Let's move out. Over.
Roger, Gunhead.
Men charge. Hurry up! What's happening?
For the most excitement, you must play the PC engine. Gunhead has just gone over the speed limit.
That's right. Let's play it. Let's get it.
Gunhead will be released on July 7th.
We are coming up on it. I can see it off in the distance. And it was about a 20-minute walk on a nice warm day. So yeah, I'm ready to get inside of a building, preferably one with lots of video games in it. And oh my lucky stars, there's one right there. It's an off-house and hard-off combo. I like those. That usually means there's always good stuff in there. The one I used to go to all the time when I was still living in West Tokyo was an off-house mixed with a hard-off, and it was great. It's still like my favorite hard-off ever. So like I said, I have not been to this one in years. Not exactly sure what their stock is going to be like, but the hope is that it's going to be lots and lots of games, and that they won't be all that expensive. And it's a wee bit windy today. Excellent. I don't feel like waiting for this. You know, the last time I was here, I think I jaywalked. I'm just gonna go this way. We're going to circumnavigate the cross light. Go, lady in white van, go. You're standing in the way of me and video games. Okay. Alright. Hard off. Awesome. Let's get inside. Let's see what they got.
Dracula 伝説にピリオドを打つのは君だ。コナミからついに登場。ファミコンディスクシステム用ソフト悪魔城ドラキュラ好評発売中。コナミ。
All right. Getting started once again in this lovely, lovely hard off. The off house is on the first floor. And so off house is a bunch of household stuff, which I don't necessarily need because I don't live in a house. I live in a tiny apartment. But hard off is as hard off does. So just one of these glass cases as usual. There's some Mega Drive in there, Neo Geo. There's PC Engine and PlayStation stuff. Just the more valuable things in there, I guess. Some nice boxed up games. Down here you can see we got Metal Gear, Rockman 3 and 4, which they had, I'm pretty sure they had copies elsewhere in the store, so I don't know why those were deemed as being case-worthy. There I am. Hello, me. And other stuff. Some particularly nice handhelds and controllers and things. But we swing around to consoles. Yay! These Dreamcasts are being sold for, well, that one's 4,000 yen, 7,000. They vary on prices depending on how complete they are. So it might be better for some of these to buy them, you know, buy the deck here and then maybe go look elsewhere for a controller or something. That might be cheaper. They're 7,000 yen or so for a boxed Saturn. That's a little exaggerated, I think. And over 6,000 for the top-loading NES model Famicom. 6,000 is actually kind of okay. 8,000 is a little bit rich. We have some Famicoms. Again, the prices are like, they're ranging from like $20 to $40, $50, just depending on how complete it is. Because honestly, you know, you get a Famicom, and then you got to go through the trouble of buying cords and stuff too. Come on, just cut me a deal here, if I got to do all the legwork. And now into some games. So their Wii section, not exactly bursting at the seams, but we do get some Switch games. So for all of you Switch players and collectors, there's Switch games now at hard offs and book offs. They're being sold at reduced prices. So have a look. Go check it out. I know they have online stores and things like that. As we take a look at some DS and 3DS, I don't actually collect for any of these systems, so I'm just sort of looking for dexterity's sake. But there's Project X Zone, you know, Kuni, some other cool things. I do have a DS. It's just it's been a million years since I've gotten a new game for it. But yeah, have a look around. This is the stuff that is pretty affordable to collect for now. You see Starfy, it's about $3. Can't go wrong with that. This Dragon Ball game, pretty cool. Being sold for 1,000 yen. That's like, with exchange rate right now, that's like $9. So if you collect for those things, or if you don't collect for them, it's a good idea too. As we take a look in this this case here, with again some more particularly that's like $20 for that Rockman X4. That's not that valuable. But there's some Neo Geo CD, Famicom, Pepsi Man. Although I couldn't get the couldn't see the price on that. Spawn box stuff. These are all, I think, big box PC games, which I've never really been a PC gamer. I've played and really enjoyed like a handful of PC games, but it's never been my forte. And they even have this little tiny selection of Xbox 360, some GameCube games, including Kirby's Air Ride, which is, it's like an expensive game right now. I don't know what's the deal. And some Idolmaster, and then this they accidentally mixed in with the GBA games, but it's Ys on the Famicom, which is a pretty cool version of that game. But yes, handheld stuff. There's loose Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games. There's Mario's and Kunio-Kuns and Ranma 1/2 and all kinds of good stuff. Cyborg 009, Thunder Spirits, Rockman, and Forte. So a lot of loose carts in here as well. And more complete games like Toy Story, for some odd reason. Rockman and Forte. Incredible Crash Dummies. And some Famicom. Like Ike Ike, Neketsu, Hockey Boo is great. Valis, there's Knight Rider, Double Dragon 3, and loose Hue card games, which I do not collect. I don't collect anything loose for the PC Engine. No way, no how. But pretty cool stuff in that first aisle. As we take a look at more consoles, we got boxed Famicoms here for cheap. They're like 40 bucks. A 64 with a bunch of controllers, some boxed Super Famicoms. Those are like 50 bucks. I mean, I say that, but it's lower because the exchange rate is lower. It's like take 10% off of everything, basically. As we look at some PS1 goodness, they got all kinds of stuff. They got your Final Fantasies, they got your Personas and your Chocobos, Tekkens, Mega Mans, Parappa the Rapper, you know, all the classics they're gonna have in abundance. So a copy of Final Fantasy VII right now, going for 300 yen. That's under $3. It's like 270 or something. Street Fighter EX2, or is it EX2 Plus or EX Plus 2? Either way, pretty cool game. We got the original Rival Schools. That's 500 yen, 1,000 for the update. And Vampire Hunter D, that's 500 yen. Initial D is 500 yen. And Vampire Savior EX is 1,000 yen. So this stuff is all priced right. It's all priced really well. We got some games for Windows, including Street Fighter 4 and others. And what else we got? Some 3DO here. Rebel Assault, a few other games. I do not collect for the 3DO anymore, really. Actually, should probably look at unloading all my 3DO games. PC Engine game. What are you doing over there? You belong over here with your PC Engine compatriots. Dreamcast, slim pickings, but you know, Shenmue. I believe they had like a Sakura Wars game and Tokyo Extreme Racer. They had a few games, but you know, when you already have them, I don't know. And Fantasy Zone for the PC Engine. This is what irks me, you know. Saturn, Dreamcast, PC Engine. These are like my favorite consoles to collect for right now. And it's always slim pickings everywhere I go. This Kabuki Din being sold for 600 yen. That's nice. It's like $5. And this intrigued me. The miniskirt police. Are they miniskirt police because they wear the miniskirts, or do they police people who wear miniskirts? I don't know. Maybe I should have bought it and just tried to find out. But they have a, you know, handful of Saturn games here. They have some Christmas Nights. They had some Lunar. So, I mean, Puyo Puyo 2 you can't go wrong with for 500 yen. So, I mean, they have some good games for these consoles. What is it? Slayers. It's just that, I don't know. I'm at that point where, like, I kind of there are only, like, certain, like, essentials that I want. And, it's hard to find them. As we look at some N64 games. So I'm actually in the process of unloading my N64 collection as well. But we got some Smash Brothers. We got Yoshi's Island. We have this box set with controller for Mario Kart. That's like, what's that like? They're selling that for like, it looked like it was $12.99. So that's pretty good. But Pilot Wings, I mean, they had some box games, lots of loose carts. And Street Fighter 2, what's that going for these days? 500 yen. Complete and in really good condition. So, like, stuff here that, like, if I was just starting a collection for these consoles, I would be picking up some of this stuff. I mean, there's even games here. I've done my buying guides, and some of the games they have here on the shelf are stuff that I've recommended for my buying guides, because, you know, they're good games, and they're English-friendly, and they are super cheap. As we continue to browse. They had Bonk 2, but it's like the cartridge is loose inside the box. There's no plastic protector. So I passed on it because it was like $20. And Yu Yu Hakusho 2, good fighting game. I've recommended before. It's 300 yen for a complete copy of that game. Very affordable and very fun. Also, Tetris Battle Gaiden, you can pick up for, that's like 1,500 yen. That's like $13. And so, yeah. Great games, good prices. As we look at these Super Famicom games, they've got Twinbee and Yoshi stuff and Kirby. Area 88 for something like 12, 13 bucks. Rockman X for 1,000. Tetris Battle Guide Din Loose is 500 yen. That's less than $5 for what is probably the best puzzle game on the console. Lots of loose Famicom carts, some essentials and some not so essential games. As we browse around, that Mickey and Minnie game is actually kind of fun. Akira for 800 yen. Mario 3. Such good stuff. Again, Neketsu Hakibu, Superman. Lots and lots of value to be had. And boxed stuff as well, which I left with a couple of these. U.S. Championship V-Ball, which I think is called Super Spike. It's the one with Billy and Jimmy Lee in it. I think that's Super Spike V-Ball or Volleyball on the NES. And Super Star Force by Tecmo. I have the first Star Force. Great classic shoot 'em up. And Tecmo, you can't go wrong. Tecmo is still an awesome company to this day. And they got this very nice copy of Final Fantasy II. 300 yen. Yes, very affordable games here. Oh, what else do we have? Yoshi, I like that. Kirby, I like that too. Both of these games, Kirby for 800 yen, Yoshi for 500. They're practically giving the stuff away, people. Those are some good deals. As we look to the other side of this aisle, and we are confronted by a wall of PS2, MVC2, and a bunch of other good stuff. PS2, Hyper Street Fighter 2. Awesome. I don't know. I don't know if I'm really collecting for PS2 anymore. I think I have quite enough. I can't even really fit it all on the shelves. Maybe I should pare it down and start coming back to places like this. But they got the Onimusha games and Wild Arms. Kingdom Hearts are like super cheap. They're 300 yen a piece, which is pittance. 300 yen for Dragon Ball Z Sparking. 300 yen for Tekken 5. It's like my favorite Tekken game. So another console, PS2, barring some like particularly like rare or expensive PS2 games, most PS2 games are like super cheap. They're $5 or under at any hard off or book off. So good console to collect for now. This Cyvarier special box, that's a little rich. Astro Boy, going for 800 yen. So like the PS2, PS3, PSP, Onimusha, 300 yen. There you go. Onimusha 2 is also like 300 yen. So the PS2, PS3, PSP, and I think to a lesser extent the Vita. I mean, all of this stuff is extremely affordable. So if you're a game collector and you're finding stuff like the Saturn and PC Engine and all that is just getting way too expensive, look to these PlayStation games. Biohazard Anniversary Package being sold for 2,800 yen. I can recall a time when that bad boy was being sold for like 80 bucks brand new, and now you can get it for like 20 bucks. What a deal. As we take a look at more PS3 games, so there's just lots and lots of stuff. I mean, you can see there's the Yakuza games, Ryu ga Gotoku. They're all like $3 a piece. We got some PS4 games already. You can buy Judge Eyes. That's like, you know, Kunio-kun, The World. All this stuff is like 10 to 20% cheaper because it's used, except for JoJo. For some reason, that's a game that's going up in value. But all this stuff is 10 to 20% cheaper because it's used, but it's all like in immaculate condition. As we have a look at this, was this Senran Kagura? What a beautiful, decorative box that is. And that's it for this aisle. And what a great aisle. Just, I mean, games for a variety of consoles. As we're in the junk bins now, people. It's been so long since I've perused a junk bin. We're looking at these PS1 games. I mean, these are 100 yen. That's, unless they're marked otherwise, it's like 90 cents a game. So they're in the junk bins. Like this Power Stone has no manual. But it's 90 cents for a copy of Power Stone. This Capcom Mahjong game, whatever the hell that is. Dragon Ball Z Legends. Again, no manual, but it's 90 cents. I mean, again, they're practically giving it away. It's just overstock, and you know, the games, they might be kind of scratched or like that, missing a manual or something, but they're insanely cheap. As we got some Saint Seiya and classic baseball, all kinds of stuff. So like these bins you can spend like all day digging through, because it's just, everything is super cheap, and you can find them, and maybe you can, like, the carts, you can clean up the carts. They're super Puyo Puyo for 100 yen. So like you can clean up the carts. These consoles up here that are junk consoles, there might be something wrong with them. If you're nifty with repairs, you can go and buy a console for like 20 bucks, patch it up real quick, and then you're good to go. All of these PS2 games, I mean, here you go, 100 yen. For a game that was over on the shelf was like, you know, 300 yen. But in the bin, they're unmarked, they're 100 yen, that's 90 cents. Or you can pay 10 bucks for a Famicom, do some work on it. These busted twin Famicoms, one's like 30 bucks, the other one's like 50. I mean, who knows what's wrong with them? It could be something that's a quick fix. It could be a belt, you know, whatever. Pay 20 bucks, get a busted twin Famicom, spend 10 bucks on the stuff you need to fix it, and then you're golden. So this is really great for fix-it people. Anyway, all the rest of this stuff is like vinyl records, CDs. There's some, you know, game peripherals, things like that. And this, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. It's just a DJ thing. I was almost like, is that a Wonder Mega? Oh no, it's a DJ peripheral thing. Whatever. But yeah, the junk bins can be a whole lot of fun to dig through if you got the time. And I do, but I don't think you guys want to watch me dig through these for an hour. Or maybe I'll just buy a cello. Screw it. Be a cellist. Forget all this video game stuff. Guitars. All this great stuff. Anyway, that's it for the inside of this hard off. Pretty good one. Let's take it outside. Okay. That was fun. Nice that they still have plenty of games and stuff. And I guess I can come over here. I only bought 2 games today. Super Star Force by Tecmo. That was only 1,000 yen. So that's like $9. And, oh, there goes my bag. I picked up a copy of US Championship V-Ball, also for about 9 bucks. And that's it. So I'm going to go home and play my shooter, and play my Technos Japan volleyball game, and be a happy boy. So that was a successful little trip. Picked up a couple of games, and I think, you know, because I've been thinking about getting into like the game selling racket that some of these dudes out here got going on, and a place like this would be good for that because their prices were pretty good. So I could buy really low and then still sell for like really low, like, you know, a game that's worth maybe like 10 bucks or so. I could pick it up for 3, maybe sell it for like 5 or 6, get like a nice tidy profit, and still be able to give someone a pretty decent deal. So if I do, I don't know, ever start doing that in the future, I mean, you know, money wise, you never know, you never can tell. But yeah, places like this is the place to go. Bread and butter. Oh, if I was back in the States, I'd probably go to like conventions and stuff and just set up a little table, sell. But not for now though. For now it's buy. Not the in-sync version, the hard-off version. Anyway, I hope everybody enjoyed hanging out with me today in Musashi Kogane, going to hard off, getting some games, and getting some exercise today. A nice 20-minute walk there, 20-minute walk back. It's about, I don't know what I think it's like 28, 29 Celsius right now. So decently warm. I feel like I've got my exercise in today. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching, liking, commenting, subscribing, yada yada yada, all that YouTube stuff. If you haven't subscribed already, by all means, please do. And if you are subscribed, thank you. So stick around, because I'm going to be doing a lot more hard off stuff. I've got the bug again, I guess. So thanks everybody. Take care. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here. I'm at the Shinjuku station right now, bright sunny day, and we are about to go and get on a train heading north, because today we are leaving Tokyo and going to Saitama Prefecture, which is the next prefecture over. So I think we're going to go this way. It's the next prefecture over, or yeah, up, because today I'm going to an area of Saitama called Omiya, because I've been going to Saitama recently because my girlfriend just moved there. So like every other weekend, I'm in that general area. And I've noticed that they have a whole bunch of hard offs and book offs and things like that. So it's kind of a new sort of like hunting ground for me, if you will. So that's what we're doing today. We're going to get on the train. We are going to go to Omiya, and hopefully we'll find ourselves inside of a well-stocked hard off, digging for some games. So stick around. This should be pretty fun. Okay, so we are not in Tokyo anymore. We are in Saitama at Omiya Station, which I've actually never ever been to this area before. But it looks nice enough. I mean, we passed the Saitama Super Arena on the way here, which is pretty cool. I've actually never been there, but I know they have some good wrestling shows there, and like Seibu Lions baseball games and stuff. Anyway, Google Maps has told me that this general direction is where I want to go. We have about a 20-minute walk ahead of us, and it's nice and warm today. It's the middle of the afternoon. I got my water with me, and so yeah. We've got a nice brisk walk to take, and we're gonna soak up some sun, enjoy having a look around here in Omiya, and at the end of it all, there's going to be a hard off that hopefully will have a whole bunch of games for us to dig through, and a bunch of stuff that I can take home with me. So yeah, let's do this. Let's go have a look around Omiya in Saitama. break time. On my walk, came across a cool looking Shinto shrine. It says Misa Hiraki. So let's take a quick look. Shrine time. These are always fun. We got our gate here. Step inside. Wow. A lot of greenery in here. Okay. There's a hand washing that I should be doing. Can't wash my hands and hold the camera at the same time, unfortunately. This is pretty rad. A power spot. So this is a power spot, apparently. Awesome. I feel the power welling up inside me as we speak. Man. This is cool. This is like very nice. You can go there and toss some money in maybe, or ring the bell, say a prayer. I just wanted to take a little detour right quick because this is a cool, very nice shrine. Very lovely. Lots of growth and a power spot and all of that. That's nice. So, yeah. I like to do that whenever I can. Just pop by a shrine and say hello. Okay. Back on the road. We still got a good ways to walk. So let's go. Let's get to it. Hard off time. This time seriously. No more shrine breaks.
我ら火の一族誕生。謹んでご披露をつかまつる。ご存知天外魔境2。
広大なジパングに繰り広げられる奇想天外な大冒険へ巻き我が道に敵なし。
天外魔境2。3月26日参上。
by Addison。
Said we disband. My word. Sorry about the weird parking job. The engine just died on us right here.
Hey, Morgana, are you done yet?
Why the heck am I in charge of the car again?
Okay, that was a nice lengthy walk, and I'm gonna level with you. It is hot as balls today. It's a warm one, but there is the object of my desire, the hard off. We're gonna have to cross the street here at some point. It's pretty cool. Looks like it's lengthy, like it's got a bit of an ass on it. When the fuck do I cross the street? Okay, thanks very much. Give me a nice pass. Alright. Brand new hard off, baby. We've got games, audio equipment, DVDs, Blu-ray, blah blah blah. Probably get some water out of that machine. And check it out. Alright, hard off. Here we go, baby. Let's do it.
Cool pad. Cool pad. Cool pad.
ハードと新作ソフトでクールパッドプレゼント。
セガサターン。
Alright. Welcome to the gun show. Just kidding. Not a real gun anyway. No, we're looking at video games. Imagine that. Getting started with this case of games, where at the top they have all these variations of PS Vita, and hey, even some boxed WonderSwan colors. I've actually never played a PS Vita in my entire life, if you can believe that. And we've got some DS's, Game Boy SPs in here, and this cool, like, Donkey Kong Micro Versus thing, almost like a Game & Watch kind of thing, which I thought was pretty cool. And we got some more cool stuff here, Famicom, and I mean, we got Sweet Home, Kid Dracula, Samurai Pizza Cats, some cool Super Famicom stuff, including some Sailor Moon, Ganbare Goemon, Godzilla, Assault Suits, Vulcan, Super Metroid, all that cool stuff. Even some, what are these, like, Master System or like Sega Mark III games? I don't know. I wasn't expecting to see that. Arcade Card Duo. There's a copy of Wolfang on the Saturn back there. That game is amazing. Even some Virtual Boys, some Mario Brothers Virtual Boy box stuff. Sun. There's Kirby's Air Ride. Some Mega Drive games like Puyo Puyo and Double Dragon 2, which sucks on the Mega Drive. Some other stuff here, including a PC Engine system card. Couple loose PC Engine games, another Virtual Boy game, and that cool, like, slime, I guess, like, PlayStation controller. That's pretty cool. But now to the meat of this matter, the real heart of things, this sort of like retro aisle. Where to begin? How about with some consoles? We've got some just straight up, you know, some PS2 decks, and this cool, the Dreamcast Regulation 7 edition for 18,000 yen. It's the deck by itself, but if you have Dreamcast cords, just grab the deck. Why not? We have a Core Graphics for 10,000 yen, and it's boxed complete. Looks pretty good, and that's actually a pretty sweet deal on that. And then for loose with like nothing, it's 9,000, which is like ridiculous. Like, you have a box complete one for 10,000, and then just a loose deck for 9,000. Who's pricing this stuff? We're going to see a bit of that, actually. Some of the stuff in here is priced like somebody didn't know what the hell they were doing, and then other things are priced like really cheap and reasonable. So we're going to see some wacky stuff. But they got Saturns, they got Wii's, and we got some, the gold Famicom Mini with all of the, like, Jump manga games on it. Most of those games suck, by the way. But they got that, and then this was cool. Just because I love the box design. A boxed Mega Drive 2 for 7,000 yen, which is a pretty good deal on that. Neo Geo stick, some other good stuff here. Some Super Famicoms loose for like 4,000 and 5,000 yen. If it had all the cables with it and a controller, maybe it would be worth 5,000 yen. This cool, but wow, who the hell priced this? 30,000 yen for the boxed Dreamcast. Like, that's ridiculous. And there's the Mega CD Model 1 for 24,000 yen. It seems like for some reason in this hard off they just thought anything that said Sega was worth a bit. Loose Model 2 for 7,000 yen. And this Famicom Model 2, you know, the AV Famicom, the top loader, if you will, 8,000 yen. Which I've seen those go for as much as like 10,000, so that's okay. We got these boxed Famicom in great condition. It's like really like crisp and white, and we got us an N64, also in nice condition, for less than the Famicom. And then a boxed Super Famicom, they charge 7,000 yen for, which I think is a little overpriced considering how common they are. But we got some more good-looking Famicoms and some Neo Geo decks as well. And then here we go. Your retro games, get them while they're hot, if they're hot at all. This stick, I was very tempted to buy for when I go to those Tekken 2 tournaments, but passed on. But you know, cool old Namco PS1 joystick, a Saturn racing wheel, some, you know, controllers here, things like that. Even a little WonderSwan all by its lonesome. So plenty cool. Some memory cards, controllers, yada yada yada. They're like 1,000 yen for a Dreamcast controller. And yeah, that's fine. I'm not in the market for any controllers right now. And a busted old junky 3DO. They still want 7,000 yen for, even though apparently it doesn't work. The 3DO, good lord, I'm getting rid of my 3DO stuff as a matter of fact. But we got Famicom cards. This is what I was talking about. These are all priced pretty reasonably. Most of it was like 300 yen, which is less than $3 per cart. Like we got, yeah, Dragon Ball right here for 300 yen, and Argus by Jalico, pretty cool. We got some Magical Taruru Tokun, and Twinbee 3, very nice, Twinbee 3, and they're selling that for 1,000 yen, which is actually a good deal on it. 500 yen for Mario Brothers carts, and Hokuto no Ken for 500 yen. Magical Taruru Tokun 2 for 1,000. Again, that's good. And some of these actually I found out because I bought a whole bunch of these loose carts. And Super Spike V-Ball for 300 yen. That's a great deal, and I love that game, by the way. It's like my favorite volleyball game of all time. But some of these, as I was going through, turn out some of them actually had their instruction manuals in the little plastic wrap with them. So some of these I picked up, they also came with manuals, and they didn't cost any more. It was still like $3. But we're looking at more good stuff like Mappy. That's very cool. And Super Star Force by Tecmo. Good classic shooter by Tecmo. We've got the Legend of the Valkyrie, Road Fighter by Konami. Cool stuff, cool stuff. So yeah, I picked up a ton of Famicom carts. Good Famicom carts that didn't cost very much. And we got some box stuff here. Valkyrie, no Densetsu yet again. Some SD Gundam stuff. The original Soccer. It's going for 1,000 yen. With conversion rate right now, 1,000 yen is less than $10. It's like $9. And, a complete Excite Bike in really good shape too. Don't come across that very often. Those older Famicom games, usually if you find them in box, the box is like ratty. But that baby was looking good. We got the Famicom Famajump, whatever it is. It's a kind of little RPG with jump characters. And Labyrinth. They had a complete Labyrinth for $1,500. Labyrinth based on the movie featuring David Bowie. It has some cool 8-bit renditions of songs from that movie. Complete Donkey Kong, which is also pretty cool. So there's cool stuff here. Cool stuff. Even some nice N64 games, which I'm not picking up right now. They got like Mario Kart, Diddy Kong Racing, Yoshi Story. Even we got some Ultima on the Famicom, which I like that they animeified the Famicom cover art. Even some Famicom disc and a Samurai Spirits. I think that's the second or third Samurai Spirits game on Neo Geo CD. They had a lone Neo Geo CD game. It was only like $10. So that's cool. Super Famicom carts. Again, lots of good stuff. Donkey Kong and Dragon Ball Z and some Marios and Ranma and all that stuff. Again, these are all like 300 yen, 500 yen. So almost none of this is over $5. Which is pretty good if you ask me. There's some Mickey there, more Ranma, Shin-chan, Samurai Spirits, Bomb Bliss, Dragon Ball, all that stuff. And then even these boxed games in really great shape. Look, they're 1,000 yen. You know, again, like $9. So you can buy a complete Mario RPG for like $9. Ys 4, Mask of the Sun, which is a pretty damn good game in its own right. I've become quite the Ys fan in recent years. Some Crayon Shin-chan, other various things. So not everything in here, you know, will blow your socks off. We've got Bomb Bliss, and you know, there's gonna be Yoshi's Island, a complete Yoshi's Island for 1,000 yen. Yeah, take that every day. Dragon Quest, Puyo Puyo. So a lot of this stuff, pretty damn good, and price is pretty good too. A few bucks for most of these games. Bunch of boxed N64 games. And there was some Super Famicom stuff in there as well. But we got this very nice condition Ocarina of Time. That's 1,500 yen. And then You Can't Escape From Me. I never miss a copy of Super Street Fighter 2 with that great cover art for the Super Famicom version. And that'll run you like $9 or something. So that's very good. Moving on from there, though, to some stuff I'm less familiar with. PS4. I don't have a PS4. I have given no love to the PS4. The only time I've ever played it is going to friends' houses to play some fighting games. But I probably will be picking up a PS5 when it comes out because of it's backwards compatible. That's fine for me. So here we have like some Saturn stuff, and again, it's like overpriced stuff. Game Tengoku for 5,000 yen. Demolition Man on 3DO, just randomly in there. Just hey, here's like 2 3DO games. Densha Deck Go on the Dreamcast for 2,500. I didn't even know there was one of those on the Dreamcast. Road Rash, and this Saturn Bomberman for 2,000 yen, which I mean it should be like half that. So yeah, it seemed like anything that had Sega on it. See, like 1,000 yen for Virtua Fighter and Giant Graham. Those should be like 300 yen. For whatever reason, Fighters Megamix is not too overpriced, and neither was this. The All Japan Pro Wrestling featuring Wolf and Jeffrey from Virtua Fighter, which was pretty cool. So that was a pickup today. Rockman X3 on Saturn, and I think they had X4 as well. But yeah, for whatever reason, a lot of the Sega stuff they had was so 3,500 for Rockman X4. But Clockwork Knight, it's a really great game. 500 yen. That's not such a bad deal. And we had some PlayStation stuff. But yeah, so for whatever reason, their Dreamcast stuff in this particular shop was overpriced, and it didn't seem like this is a shop that gets a lot of traffic in it, because the entire time I was in here, it was pretty much empty, and it's a pretty remote location for one of these. So it doesn't seem like there's a ton of traffic coming in and out of here. But I guess somebody that works there is just like, oh, if it's Sega, it's collectible. Mark it up. What is that, a Dreamcast? Those are worth like, what, $300? Let's mark the Dreamcast for $300. 1,000 yen for Silent Hill. Hey, Silent Hill. Because that exact same Dreamcast, in that exact same box, you can find in Trader in Akihabara for like, what, $60, $70, something like that. Like, it's not even close. But as we move on, Vita, another console I've given no love to. I've actually, I think I said it earlier, I've never played a Vita in my entire life. We got this cool Res box for PS2. But yeah, I'm told that the Vita is, there's a lot of great stuff on it, and it looks like there is. Like, when I just scan over a Vita section, it seems like there's some good stuff on it. East games and Persona stuff, things I'd be interested in, but I just haven't given it any love. The DS and 3DS. That is something I did play a lot of. I played a lot of the Dragon Quest games on DS, as well as Mario Kart DS, which was like one of my favorites. I played it at work a lot, admittedly. And then a little bit of Switch. Like, they did not have much on the Switch, like, at all. Anyway, moving past all that to the junk section, because some people have said they wanted to see more junk section. So here we are, baby. So we got broken PS3s and stuff for like $30 or whatever. You can spruce them up. These boxes, nothing but a bunch of DVDs and junk. Not interested, but hey, their Famicom junk wasn't so junky. This copy of Arkanoid, it's like super clean, and it's 300 yen, so it's the same price as a game on the rack. I guess they just didn't feel like putting it on the rack or didn't have room. A clean copy of Yoshi no Cookie for 200 yen. That's pretty nice. So yeah, not bad stuff. Again, a nice clean copy of Tecmo Tag Team Wrestling, and it's 200 yen, so it's like $1 something, and that's a pretty good deal on that. So they had some Famicom stuff in here that wasn't so bad. Dragon Ball 3, one of the Dragon Ball RPGs, which is pretty cool. Game concludes with a fight with Piccolo. Good old-fashioned Dragon Ball. That's my preference. And the Super Famicom stuff, again, good stuff in here. Fire Pro Wrestling, Donkey Kong Country, Crayon Shin-Chan. Again, a lot of stuff that was actually on the rack is in these boxes, so maybe it was like a little dirtier. Actually, some of these carts that I'm going to go through, they were exceptionally dirty. But they're like, you know, 100 yen. You know, 100 yen, so that's like 90 some odd cents for this. But it's dirty. Super Butoden 3, 100 yen. Again, it's less than $1, but you know, it's just a little dirty. I didn't want to pick up anything like dirty. I only wanted to pick up, you know, clean carts because a lot of you probably know a lot of this isn't staying with me. It's actually going out to other people, and I'm not gonna be the guy that sent people dirty carts and stuff. But they're like 100 yen. So if you're browsing in here and you don't feel like paying 300 yen for your copy of Super Butoden 3, just go pick up a 100 yen copy and maybe take it home and just clean it. And we got some box stuff in here. Gundam F91. It's one of the Gundam like strategy games. So if it's Gundam, but it ain't like action packed, I'm not terribly interested in it. So yeah. But we got some more loose carts in here. Super Butoden 2, little cruddy, 200 yen. Fatal Fury 2 for 300 yen, which is pretty cool. I love me some Fatal Fury. And even Art of Fighting for 200 yen, but super dirty. Someone dropped it in a grease trap. Art of Fighting, in case you didn't know. Oop, Chrono Trigger, 200 yen, and kind of filthy. For those of you who didn't know, Art of Fighting in Japanese is called Ryuko no Kin, Fist of Dragon and Tiger. And another Super Butoden 3, that one for 200 yen for whatever reason. Well, it's cleaner. It's a nice cleaner cart than the other two. But yeah, you can find a copy of Chrono Trigger for less than $2 in a junk bin. You could probably find a junky Chrono Trigger in North America and it would still be like $60 or something. So yeah, some cheap stuff in here as long as you didn't try to buy anything Sega. But we got more junk consoles here. So we got Famicoms, Super Famicoms, we got PlayStations, we got Wii's, we got Wii U's. We got all the junk consoles, including this special edition Famicom. It's a whole new color. Ton of controllers. Most of these controllers too were in like pretty damn good shape. Like we got this nice Saturn controller here. That's pretty sweet. These Super Famicom controllers. I picked up a few of them, checked them out a little bit. They were pretty clean, seemed nice enough and all that. I don't actually need any controllers right now, but yeah, their controllers actually were not bad. And you know, just a handful of Wii things here. They had like all of these places. If you go to any junk section of a hard off, there's just gonna be like a lot of PS2. I've never been to a hard off that didn't have a whole bunch of PS2 games in its junk section. So if you want to pick up copies of stuff like we're seeing here, Kingdom Hearts 2, 100 yen. There's like Devil May Cry, that's 100 yen. All of this stuff is 100 or 200 yen. So if you want to pick up a bunch of Kengo, which is actually a pretty cool game. So if you want to pick up a bunch of PS2 games for like $1 a piece, just go to any hard off junk section. You can pick up, you know, Bleach, and you can pick up Kingdom Hearts, and you can pick up Devil May Cry, and you can, you know, Biohazard, and all kinds of stuff. These Dragon Ball games, Dragon Ball Z 2, aka Budokai 2. The Budokai games were always fun. I like those quite a lot. But all of that stuff you can find for like dirt cheap, like literally $1. As we see some more stuff, even a Famicom disk system that's junky. This could be something like sort of a cost-cutting measure too, if you're like a handy person, which I am not. I would not know how to repair or refurbish these things. But there are plenty of people that do, and so they can buy junky stuff. They can buy a Hatsune Miku Vita case, take it home and fix it up. Yeah, but there's all kinds of stuff in here that if you're a handy guy or gal, you know how to refurb things, these could be some super cheap options for you. As we take a look at some PS1 games, such as Bass Fishing and Gundam, and a game called Block Kazushi? Block Kazushi? I had no idea what that is. little puzzle game, I guess. So there's some stuff in here. Ace Combat 2. All this stuff as well, 100 yen. Street Games 97, which I think was like 2 Extreme. I think that's what it was called in the US. I had a lot of fun with that game back in the day, as a matter of fact. But there's like Dragon Quest and Brave Fencer Musashi. Lots of cool stuff. And then here, there's like a couple of PC Engine games. Exerion for like Windows 95 and yeah, just stuff I wouldn't have been in. Like the only Sega stuff that wasn't overpriced was just a bunch of stuff in the junk bin. But hey, Sega Rally, complete, spine card and everything, for 300 yen, and it looks like it's pretty okay. So that was a get. Sega Rally, complete with spine card, 300 yen. I'll take that all day. And there's some other stuff there, One Piece, etc., etc. And yeah, a copy of Brave Fencer Musashiden for 100 yen. Jammer Lammy. Super fun game. Initial D for 200 yen. So yeah, there was actually pretty cool stuff in these junk bins. You know, how can you argue with Jammer Lammy, Brave Fencer Musashi, and Initial D? Those are quality titles, people. Tekken 2. Fantastic game. Some whatever tennis and a bunch of like oldie Namco games in here. Rage Racer. It's got Ridge Racer. Okay, very cool. And then, you know, come around the side, a bunch of stuff I didn't notice earlier. Some clone consoles and other things. And I was considering they had a whole section of like really old like retro vinyl stuff. There was actually more stuff in here aside from just games. They even had a Pico. Who the hell has a Pico? This place had a Pico. But then, you know, there's plenty of cool stuff. There was also like figures in here and like laser discs and all kinds of stuff. But anyway, that's it for now. Let's get the hell out of here. Okay. Well, I got, as you can see, a lot of stuff. I hope this can all fit in my backpack. I don't feel like carrying it all in my hands. I was hoping I would go to like another, at least one hard off today, but I gotta be honest with you, it's scorching, and I picked up way more in this one than I thought I was going to. So this might be calling it a day. Hot, I'm a little bit tired. I could use a beer, so. But anyway, yeah, I'm about to start the walk back to the station and carry my ass home. But thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed my little trip out to Saitama today, to Omiya, to this beautiful hard off. If you're in the area, definitely pop by. That's pretty good, although I've already bought all the games, so not really much else for you guys. Anyway. Again, yeah, thanks for watching, take care, and I will see you next time. So, I don't know how to end this one. See you then. Bye-bye.
Come on, man. Nobody's forcing you to leave, you know. Wiping your slate clean ain't so easy. You see what I mean?
Hey everybody, Jim here, and today I am in an area of West Tokyo called Musashi Sakai. It's my first time here, but it's pretty awesome. It's supposed to have been a beautiful spring day. It's actually overcast and it's raining on us a little bit. But we found this like very cool temple here, so we've been kind of having a look around and exploring. What we're really here for today is for me to go to a hard off and pick up a metric ton of video games. It's about a 3-kilometer walk though. So we decided we could take the scenic route and have a look at some of the cherry blossoms and other cool stuff going on in this neighborhood right now. But anyway, enjoy some of the scenery of Musashi Sakai, and we will soon be at a big hard off fully stocked with retro games. Let's go!
Konami.
Okay, so we finally found the building where the hard off is. It was a little tricky. We were walking in the wrong direction for a little while because there is a gigantic ramen sign that was obscuring the hard off sign. So I did not know where the hell I was going for a little bit, but we got it turned around. Thank you, Google Maps. And now here we are, a big old building with a hard off inside. So let's go have a look around. Okay, so here we are, obviously at the hard off. Oddly enough, a huge sign, very easy to see here, except for, you know, kind of obscured a little bit. But anyway, finally, after a lot of walking, getting turned around a little bit, you know, a lovely walk though it was. We're here at the hard off, and I'm going to get inside and hopefully find a whole lot of retro games. So let's go check it out.
Do
All right. Getting started in this big hard off, super well stocked as we look at this first case with some cool little handheld things in it. Little Dragon Ball, and there's some Neo Geo pockets in there, a Sailor Moon thing, I guess. They're kind of akin to the little Tiger handheld electronics. This hard off was like really, really well stocked. I actually walked out of here with a lot of games. You're actually going to see that a little later. I think I actually had 2 bags full, and I filled my backpack as well. As we take a look at one of these kind of quasi-money cases. It's not like super money, you know. But there's some PC Engine stuff in there. Legend of Valkyrie, Puyo Puyo CD, the Mario something or other. Is that... Am I mistaken, or am I looking at that now? And that's like the disc system thing, the disc drive thing. But there's Goemon, there's Area 88. For 18.7, there's Super Back to the Future 2, which is an awesome game. And it has a 10-day warranty on it. Actually, looking at all of these, pretty much everything in here with the big price tags on them, they have a little box on the right-hand side that says how long their kind of like a warranty lasts for. So that Rockman, it's 22,000 yen, and it has a 10-day return policy. So some of these actually, yeah, they have 10-day return policies, which is pretty cool. And they have, some of them have 3-month, 90-day return policies on them, which is pretty damn exceptional for stuff like this, as old as it is, you know. But I guess when they're asking you to pay, like, you know, decent money for some older games, a return policy helps lube the deal, so to speak, get you to buy it. But we've got some cool stuff here. Neo Geo Pocket, a few Mega Drive games, some PC Engine stuff, Same there, aka Fire Shark, a couple of disc system games, Metroid, Zelda 2, Castlevania 1 and 2, pretty good stuff. R-Type Delta for the PlayStation. I think that's one I actually haven't played yet. And a lady with a giant X carved in her chest. I don't know what the hell that is. And Super R-Type, 3850. Good game, not as good as R-Type 3. And Daiku no Gensan. Fun stuff. More. Super Famicom T2, Goemon 2, Tiny Toons. I think that's the sports one. I've actually never played the sports one, but I think I saw it in a review somewhere. And we have some Game Boy Advance, which is, I mean, I've said this a million times, like handheld stuff I really don't know much of anything about, unless potentially if it's like Game Boy, original Game Boy or DS. But some GameCube, which is nice. It's great to come across GameCube games because, one, I really like the GameCube, and I like the games on it. I think it's a great console with a bunch of great games. 2, I do get requests to pick up GameCube games, and you know what? They're not the most common to come across. And they had like a nice big selection of games here, and some good stuff too. So I was very happy to see a whole bunch of GameCube games for me to peruse. And they're not terribly expensive either, usually. As we come to a bunch of GBA, this is where I'm going to step back a little bit because I'm having my morning coffee. And I also don't know anything about GBA. Here's Sonic Advance. Isn't that nice? I'm going to have some coffee. You all have a nice look at these Game Boy games, and I'll be right back. Alright, finally something I am a little more familiar with, Super Famicom. And some Super Puyo Puyo, super common game. I come across a lot, great puzzle game, The Battle of Destiny. Garron Tungate, which is an admirable port on the Super Famicom. A lot of the Neo Geo ports to the Super Famicom are not so bad. Here we have Chrono Trigger, complete copy, really beautiful artwork, great condition, and it's you know, it's pretty cheap. I don't think these go for any more than like maybe $10 or something, which is like polar opposite of its North American counterpart. We have Gomadan, and that is Legend of the Mystical Ninja. And again, pretty cheap for a box copy. A lot of these, I mean, the loose cards, they're usually between 3 and 300 yen, 1,000 yen or something. Even a lot of the box stuff is going to be under $20. Puyo Puyo Sun 64. You might have caught on that I'm a Puyo Puyo fan. I do indeed like that series. I'm a puzzle game fan in general, but yeah, Puyo Puyo, always fun. And some pachinko and slot games. This guy looks pretty happy. He's just some obese guy with a cigar, surrounded by bunny girls. And this game, I don't know why, but I like it. I want to play this game now. I can't exactly explain why. Articulated very well. Aladdin for the Super Famicom. Great game by Capcom. There's, you know, the debate. What's better, the SNES or Genesis game? I don't particularly care. I'm happy that we have 2 awesome Aladdin games. Dragon Quest III. The port from the Famicom to Super Famicom. It's a really good version of that game. We've got some DBZ stuff here, including this one. I believe it's, what is it, Super Saiyan Densetsu? One of the RPGs based on Dragon Ball Z. That's pretty cool. And complete copy of Super Butoden for like $8. Really great cover art. Gotta love that 90s DBZ aesthetic. One of those kids that grew up on DBZ. And some Choma Kaimura. Boxed, complete, like $30 or something. That's pretty good for such a great game. Some Tetris Battle Gaiden. I always pick up these whenever I come across them, because that's one of my favorite Super Famicom games, and I sent out quite a few copies to some fairly satisfied individuals. But we've got lots of loose stuff here. Again, usually everything between 300 yen and like 1,000 yen. We've got our Ganbare Goemon games, Tetris Battle Gaiden, and Rockman X3. Fantastic. So this is great, you know. Some people specify, you know, they like box games, they like loose games. Loose games are obviously always cheaper. But even when you buy them loose, you know, you still get some cool artwork on the cartridges. And they're nice and cheap. You know, you can, for a few bucks, you can buy like a dozen games in here and walk out, you know. $30, a dozen games. Not a bad deal at all. Got some more Chrono Trigger, Rockman 7, which is awesome. Magical Drop. The Super Dodgeball with the little chibi Gundam and Ultraman characters, which is pretty cool. And some Bomberman. They actually had a lot of Bomberman games on the Super Famicom. And they're all fun. Ys 3, Wanderers from Ys. Great game. Fun, kind of short action RPG. One of the Ranma 1/2 games. One of the fighters for the Super Famicom, which, granted, they're not all great. Actually, none of them are great. I think, at best, one of them is kind of okay. But it's Ranma, so if you're a Ranma fan, you're going to love it. Yu Yu Hakusho Final. Really good fighting game. This one's kind of worse for wear, but not a terribly expensive game, and it's a fun fighter. And we continue to explore the depths. I told you, this place has a lot of games. Some Magical Adventure, all the Mickey games, all the 16-bit Mickey games, except for Fantasia. That game blows, but the other ones are great. Final Fight 2 for like $20, and it's complete. And that ain't bad. And what? You know, this is one of the things about recording voiceovers for these things well after you did them, because you don't remember what the hell you did. This Ranma 1/2 RPG, which I used to have, and it was okay, I suppose. We've got plenty of other stuff here, including Yu Yu Hakusho, the third game, sort of the more like strategy combat. I don't know how to describe those games. They're kind of weird. The gameplay is odd. And we have some Sailor Moon S. One of the puzzle games. Is it Fwa Fwa Panic? I don't know. But there are a few Sailor Moon puzzle games for the Super Famicom. And those are fun as well. As we move on to something else I'm fairly familiar with. And that's the good old Famicom with some Hokuto no Ken 4. The Hokuto no Ken RPGs. Not so great. Gekage no Kitaro. This is a great anime. I don't think I've ever played any of the Kitaro games on the Famicom. And some Jajamaru-kun, classic series by Jalico. Those are like really fun, simple games. And Makaimura boxed for $2,700, so like $25. And you can get yourself a copy of Ghouls and Ghosts boxed. And for even less than that, like, what is that, like $13 or something, you can get a complete copy of Gradius. That's a hell of a deal. So spoilers, I did end up picking up a handful of boxed Famicom games, a whole ton of loose Famicom and Super Famicom games, and even some PC Engine, Saturn, and Dreamcast today, as we look at Rockman 4 and some other various things. I love coming across a wall of these Famicom carts, because it's nice and colorful. You just never know what you're going to find in here. Rainbow Islands on the one hand, then something as simple as baseball, some Rockman games, other various things, some Magical Taruru Tokun. That's really nice. Anyway, you can listen to me yammer on, or you can just appreciate all the Famicom goodness. So I'm gonna take another quick coffee break and enjoy looking at a whole lot of Famicom games. Okay. Nice that we have some Mega Drive games here, but this is another thing I've been running into recently is I don't come across as many Mega Drive games as I would like, and if anyone ever requests loose Mega Drive games, best of luck, because it's hard to find them loose. Some Sonic Spinball, which I love. I actually picked up a copy for myself today. I've actually been playing that quite a bit. Yeah, the clamshells for Mega Drive games, I mean, they're gonna survive the nuclear apocalypse. You know, it's hard to come across loose Mega Drive carts sometimes. As we come here, these are all like fastened to the wall with these like zip tie security things. For whatever reason, I guess they're like, well, these are the money games, so we can't just let anybody walk off with these, even though some of them are, I mean, they've got Gradius and yeah, Sky Kid things. You know, a bunch of these games are a few bucks a piece. But stuff like Final Fight Guy, maybe Poppin' Twinbee, Contra Spirits, Herodias, things like that. Maybe they're a little more expensive, but a bunch of the games on this rack were not exactly rarefied air. But hey, what can you do? That's how they set up this store. Anyway, we're looking here at another kind of slightly money case as we look at a few things. In particular, I took notice of Metal Black, which is a Saturn shooter that looks pretty cool. I've actually still never played Metal Black, which is Kind of a shame, really, considering I'm a big fan of Sega Saturn shoot-'em-ups. But there you go. I have not played it. But anyway, yeah, some slightly more pricey stuff in there. Some loose GBAs and PC Engine stuff. We have some Switch here, which I have a Switch. I enjoy my Switch quite a lot. But for example, we have some Friday the 13th, which I still have never played, but it looks like a lot of fun. I am a fan of the Friday the 13th series. What about you? Are you a fan of Friday the 13th? What's your favorite kill? A lot of people go for the sleeping bag kill because it is quite comical, but I'm not sure. It's hard to choose from so many great kills. Maybe that guy who gets his head crushed with a leather strap. That was kind of cool. This Catherine Full Body, which is a great game. I actually have the Switch version and have enjoyed it immensely. Actually, I think I reviewed it on the channel a little while back. You can go check that out if you're so inclined. But yeah, Catherine Full Body. That's something I do like. But I think most people know I'm not the most up-to-date on my gaming. I'm kind of way behind the times. Looking at some DS here, which I did play a lot of DS when I had it. Mostly playing the Dragon Quest games, some Dragon Ball DS, which I also had. That's a very fun game. But mostly playing, yeah, like this, the Dragon Quest ports to the DS, like Dragon Quest 6 and 4 and 5. I played the hell out of those, and of course a lot of Mario Kart DS. But other than that, I'm not so familiar with the library. But PS2, another just awesome system with a massive library of games, and one that is just so very cheap to collect for if you're into imports, for the most part anyway. There are a few titles for the PS2. We have some R-Type Final, and that's awesome. I love R-Type. Anyway, yeah, there are some PS2 titles that are, you know, fairly expensive, as one might expect. But for the most part, if you want to collect PS2 games, Gradius, what is that, 3 and 4? Or is it 4 and 5? If you want to collect PS2 games, they're going to be pretty cheap. As you can see, in pulling out all this stuff, it's like, you know, 300 yen a piece. That's, you know, exchange rate that's less than $3. So pretty cheap stuff. Even like some of the Japan exclusive stuff, like the I want to pull out Sengoku Basara is not a Japan exclusive, but the sequels were, and those are really good. And you can get those for very little, and as well as Sengoku Basara Cross, the 2D fighting game based on the Sengoku Basara series, developed by Arc System Works, and it's really good, and it's really inexpensive. And we come over to some PS1 games like Ace Combat 3, which is the first one of the series I played and still my favorite to this day. But PS1 is another one, even though some of the games in the PS1 library are getting pretty damn expensive. For the most part, the PS1 is another system where there's just such an abundance of games for it that if you wanted to start collecting, you know, Japanese PS1 games, you can get lots of them for like a few bucks a piece. Or if you go to a junk bin in a hard off like this, you can find lots and lots of games for like 100 yen. And they're just kind of, you know, they're a little worse for wear. And Disney Tetris, for some reason, developed by Capcom. Was not aware of that. Yeah, my mouth is getting so full of spit. What the hell is going on today? Hey, look at some PS1 games while I swallow spit and drink some coffee. I'll be right back. Alright, back in the saddle again, as we've got a little selection of Saturn and Dreamcast games here. Some good stuff, though. So I did end up picking up a few of these titles, stuff like Sonic Jam, Street Fighter Zero, and I think Guilty Gear X, and a handful of others, as we have some PC Engine stuff here, including R-Type 1 and R-Type 2, which I was so happy to see because, you know, I come across PC Engine games pretty easily if I go to somewhere like Akihabara, for example. But when I'm on my hard-off trips, PC Engine games are kind of hard to come by. So as we're looking at stuff like PC Ginjin and Knight Rider and R-Type and all this cool stuff, I was really just so happy to finally see a nice little selection of PC Engine games. So anyone watching this, any patrons who got some PC Ginjin or some Knight Rider in your box this month, you know where it came from. We have some, Yokai Dochuki, Galaga 88, and so I was just thrilled, elated in fact, to finally come across a nice little selection of PC Engine games. Not the most common thing in the world, so I picked up a bunch of these. I almost cleaned them out of PC Engine games, which I know is terrible because then the next person that goes in behind me is going to be like, hey, what the hell? Where'd all the PC Engine games go? And I say to you, sorry, pal. But I needed them. Snatcher on PC Engine, great port of that game. In fact, the first CD-based port of it, and I think the only port after the MSX version that was actually worked on by Kojima, and a couple of Neo Geo CD games, so pretty cool. Nice little selection there of Saturn, PC Engine, Dreamcast, PlayStation, PS2, all stuff that I like a lot. And we move on. Oh! A wild Tkyo Sam appears. As we move on to the final little portion of the shop, where we have some of these cool little mini arcade cabinet things with some Bubble Bobble, Pac-Man, Galaga, all that kind of stuff. That's pretty cool. But we have some consoles in here. 16,500 yen for a core graphics. But it's boxed, so that's not such a bad deal, I guess. And we have some stuff down here, like a Victor Saturn boxed up for... And then this thing, like, what is this? FM Towns Marty or something? But it's like 800 bucks. So kiss my ass on that. Like 300 bucks for a Duo RX, whichever it was. So yeah, not the most affordable consoles, but we do have a nice console aisle here. We have lots of stuff. You can get your PS3s, PS2s, PS4s, in a variety of colors. And we have some, these little, loose Famicom consoles coming with absolutely no kinds of hookups or anything. They're 3,300, so it's like 30 bucks for a loose old Famicom. 12,000 yen for a 3DO boxed, so that's like $100. That's not so bad, I guess, for a boxed 3DO. We got some Dreamcast Saturns and PS1s. The PS1s as well, they're like 30 bucks, 40 bucks, depending on how complete they are. 60 for this Saturn with 2 controllers and all of its hookups. So if you got 60 bucks to spare, you can pick yourself up a Saturn or a Dreamcast. This AV Famicom, just the deck by itself, 5,500 yen. Which, now you're going to have to go buy controllers, AV, and AC adapter. Mega Drive with a pretty cool, like, the Mega Pad, a turbo pad for it. That's 8,800. Mega Drives, for whatever reason, those are a little pricey too. 8,800 up to like 100, over 100 for the Model 2. And some white Saturns, which I like, including a boxed one, and it's still 6,000 yen. It's a little over 60 bucks, and it's got a 3-month, I guess, warranty on it, so that's not bad. And we got some box consoles down here, which I'm always impressed that these have been kept in good condition after 30 some odd years, even if they are a little discolored sometimes, as is this Super Famicom. But again, these have little warranties on them, so you buy them and it's not working out for you, you can bring it back. Look at that. There's no RF switch with it, but that's a nice shape. You can find an RF switch. That ain't a problem. And let's take a look at another one. Look at the condition of that. And there you go. And it's complete. Pretty good condition. Boxed. All that stuff. And you can pick that up for whatever the hell it was, like 60 bucks or something. Anyway, we're all done in here. Let's get outside for some final words. Let's go. Okay. Wow. So that was a pleasant surprise. There was a lot of video games in that hard off. As you can see, I got a couple of bags here. My backpack is full, bought a lot of games. Spent a little bit of money, but that's okay. Most of this is for the patrons, and I picked up a few little choice items for myself. But yeah, this hard off down from Musashi Sakai. This was a really good, well-stocked hard off, and a really nice, friendly staff too. So if you're ever in the neighborhood, definitely check it out. I made off like a fat rat. So anyway, thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you on the next one. Goodbye. Hey everybody, Jim here. Right now I'm in the neighborhood of Okachimachi, which is a neighborhood directly adjacent to Akihabara. That little overpass might look familiar to some of you King of Fighters fans. Here today because there's actually what looks like a pretty big hard off in this neighborhood that I've never been to before. So I'm here to pay my first visit there and hopefully find some good stuff. Google Maps has been really helpful, like all the pictures you can look at on Google Maps, so I can see which hard offs actually have like a nice little selection of retro games. So we're gonna take a short walk to this hard off, and then we're gonna dig around through some games, hopefully find some good stuff. So stick around, we'll be there momentarily. So that was actually a lot closer to the station than I thought. It's actually only like a 2-minute walk, so that's pretty cool. What we have here apparently is not just a hard off, it's a hard off, hobby off combination place. So we've got all this stuff, trading cards, toys, plastic models, things like that. And we've got games and audio equipment and things. Just right out here in front of the store, there's a Core Graphics with the CD unit and interface unit. I guess they're just collecting dust. It's kind of a shame. Anyway, we're gonna get in this place. I'm not particularly interested in the figures and things, but we're gonna look for some retro games. So let's not dilly-dally. Let's not tarry. Let's get some games.
シューティング新時代の幕開け。人類が未だかつて体験し得なかった空前絶後の稲妻が走る。スーパー CD ロムロムで過激に投資を。 Belt of Thunder by Addison.
Alright, getting started in this lovely little heart off, which sounds weird now that I say that out loud. Lovely little heart off. We got a case here with some Switch and Switch Lite, DS, things like that. Not really what I was here for though. As we're gonna see, there was an impressive amount of retro stuff crammed into this little space here. So getting started with some PS1 games. They had some nice things to choose from here, including some good old Uno. Who doesn't like Uno? I certainly do. Ace Combat 3, which was the first Ace Combat game I played, actually, and I really liked it. And it's all like 500 yen, which the exchange rate right now, yen to dollars, is pretty damn good. You're saving like 12% if you do that exchange on pretty much everything. Crime Crackers, I'm pretty sure I've played that in the past. I think that's some sort of first-person, sort of action-y kind of game. But I don't think I have that in the collection anymore. That's one of those oldies I probably sold last time I was in the US. Kizuari on this Super Puzzle Fighter 2 means there's some damage to it, so the price is down a little bit, but that's being sold for like 1,000 yen. Which is like, I think right now that's like a little under $9. That's pretty good. That's a really great game. Kamen Rider V3, which I'm not terribly familiar with, but it does have one of those little blue things in there. Puyo Puyon. That's a nice Puyo Puyo game, and some Biohazard stuff. If it has that little blue tag inside the plastic wrap, that means that the game is behind the counter. I guess it's too precious to just leave out on the shelf, so it's just too valuable. So they've got it behind the counter somewhere. One of the Spectral Force games. Pretty cool series there. But yeah, loads of PS2 stuff. Most of this pretty cheap. King of Fighters 11, which is one I like a lot. That's $16.50 for that. Which, you know, KOF 11 is one of, if not my favorite KOF game. I mean, there's other, you know, really great ones too. 98, Dream Match, all that stuff. Yeah, Gunslinger Girl. I guess they took, you know, the character of Matilda from The Professional and just turned her into a whole series. Some Kinnikuman, Ultimate Muscle, one of those games. I've played a few of those, a few of the Kinnikuman, like one-on-one fighting / wrestling type games. They're usually pretty fun, very arcadey. Rockman X7, not the best Rockman game, not everybody's favorite by a long shot. Not a lot of fans of Axel out there, but still, Rockman, and not too terribly expensive. But we've got Vita games here, which is nice, some Fate, and some Ys, all that good stuff. Stuff like this, like Vita, PSP, PS2, PS3, all that stuff. You can usually find like a ton of that at any hard off or book off or anywhere you go, really. Because that stuff is recent and sold like hotcakes. There's copies of stuff everywhere. We got some 360 games there. Very limited selection of 360. No secret that Xbox doesn't exactly fly off the shelves in Japan. And that's okay, but we got a lot of DS, 3DS, Wii, all that stuff. If I'm perusing, if I'm going over it a little quickly, it's because that's not really what I'm in the market for right now. I'm looking for that old stuff. 64-bit and under, baby. Some Snowbow Kids by Atlas. Very fun. Good stuff. So just a handful of N64 games here. N64, historically not my favorite console, but undeniably some classics for it. We got some Switch as well, like Astral Chain, which I still haven't played, but I've heard really great stuff about. But when it comes to my Switch, there's certain things I've been playing a lot of. As we look at some box Super Famicom games here, looking lovely. A lot of the first-party stuff up front and center. But no, just like playing a lot of the East games on Switch and, you know, replaying like Zelda and things like that. Seiken Densetsu 3, which I think I said was like the best Super Famicom game that was only released in Japan. Ganbare Goemon, the first one, which did get a US release as Legend of the Mystical Ninja, I do believe. But the sequels, however, did not get an international release. Muscle Bomber, great game, aka Saturday Night Slam Masters, and I can't decide what is a better title. Dragon Ball Z Super Butoden 3. Super Butoden games, not bad games, and usually really cheap. Regardless, you find them boxed, you find them loose. You're not going to spend a whole lot of money on those. Again, Dragon Ball Z, really big property, sold lots. But we've got some Puyo Puyo games, some Donkey Kong, and some Bonk. A little bit of Super Ginjin. So that's nice. Who doesn't like them some Bonk action? It's only like 20 bucks. Not bad at all. And ActRaiser, also about 20 bucks for a boxed copy. And that's great. I still have not played, there's like a new ActRaiser game now, right? Still haven't played that yet, which I should, because I am quite the fan of the first and second ActRaiser games. They're both fun, both great graphics, awesome soundtracks. Super Bomberman 2, that's fun. There are a whole bunch of Bomberman games on the Super Famicom that were not released outside of Japan, which is too bad. We got some Sailor Moon stuff here, including Sailor Moon R, which is, I believe, the second beat-em-up, and it's pretty good. Fun two-player beat-em-up action. Sailor Moon S, which is the one-on-one fighter, which I've seen people actually playing at like tournaments and stuff in the recent past, which is like baffling to me because it's not a really great 2D fighter. And another Sailor Moon S game, one of the puzzle games. There are like 3 Sailor Moon puzzle games on the Super Famicom, and then we have what is this, Panic Bomber? Some Bomberman puzzle action, if that's your fancy, which I don't see why it wouldn't be. And then this one, very cool. I believe this is like the 4th Ganbare Goemon game on the Super Famicom. Good stuff. Really fun. Any Goemon game. There's Ganbare Goemon 2, 3, and then that one, which is sort of like a side story game, I guess. But they're all great. We have some more really good stuff here. Yu Yu Hakusho 2, Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan Densetsu, all that stuff. And then all these loose cards just hanging on little tabs here, and which is nice. I like that. Instead of having them all just like stacked together or whatever, you can kind of just look, and it's very easy to just browse and look at the front covers, and you know exactly what you get. But we got all kinds of stuff. We got Ranma, we got Captain Tsubasa, we got Dragon Quest. So many great games, and then a bunch of boxed Famicom games here, including Okami, something no Okami, Wolf of the Battlefield, aka Commando. But a great game, no denying, classic. And some Top Gun, which, you know, yeah, it's like a pain in the ass to land on that stupid aircraft carrier, or it probably isn't. It's probably something like very simple and easy to do. And the second Top Gun game, Top Gun Second Mission, is that what it's called in the US? It's probably much easier to land it than I recall. I just never learned how to. And then a whole bunch of loose cards here, and we got some good stuff. But we got a boxed copy of Goonies, the original, and then I just depreciated the value. Thank you, Jim. That's very nice of you. Just drop it. Put that anywhere, pal. The original Goonies, which I don't think we got in the US. I think we got Goonies 2. And the first one remained on the Famicom and like MSX and stuff like that. More loose Famicom games, including some Kunio-kun Soccer, Transformers, which is a horrible game, but people like it anyway because it's Transformers. Gradius, one of my all-time favorites, even though, you know, the PC Engine version is my fave as far as console ports go. Can't go wrong with the Famicom. Some 1943, all these good things. Good, good, good. I mean, not everything is good, but most of it's good. And then loose Super Famicom carts, more loose Famicom carts. Like I said, in this tiny little space, they packed in quite a lot of good stuff. And then this nice little spinny rack, I love. I went through this quite in depth. We got Tiny Toon Adventures. That's 800 yen, and that's just lovely. And we got some DBZ games. We got some Mappy, some King Kong, if that's your fancy. Some Valkyrie, Pro Wrestling, ER Kung Fu. Just good stuff. And then here I had to stretch the old arm out to get up this high, difficult to reach little corner over here. But we got all kinds of good stuff. We got Yoshi's Island. We got Poppin' Twinbee. I love that game. Rockman X, one of my favorite games of all time. G Gundam. A little bit of Cosmo Gang. And again, more other good stuff. Mario RPG, Act Razor, Super Donkey Kong, Ranma 1/2, Bomberman. Just value as far as the eye can see. And what's better than that? And then a very convenient, lovely little handheld section with plenty of Game Boy games. And as you can see, no shortage of these damn Pokemons. Which, growing up as a kid, you know, when Pokemon was big, I never gave a damn about Pokemon. I don't know what the deal was, but we got Rockman 2. Great stuff on the Game Boy. Other good stuff there. Some Kirby. Things like that. And even some Famicom Disk System, which is great because I don't come across too much Famicom Disk. We've got Kamen Rider Black, and that's pretty cool. There was also, you know, some other very good stuff up there. And then some more loose Famicom carts to browse. Star Wars, Rockman 5, my favorite of the original Rockman games. Even some Dragon Ball and some little Ninja-kun. And then the glass case. Back there you can see Gunmu Martian Memory, which is the Battle Angel Alita game. It's pretty damn cool. I reviewed that game long ago, but there's Star Wars, Fatal Fury Collection. They had some pretty cool stuff back there. And to wrap things up, we're going to take a look at some consoles here because they had quite a lot on offer, including this boxed Famicom, like a special, I guess, UV cable, like a little converter maybe. But it can be used with a bunch of different Nintendo consoles. That was 1,100 or 11,000 yen, excuse me, about $100 for that. That's quite steep. We got some PlayStations here though, 66 and 77. AV Famicom, the Model 2, it's 8,800 yen, so under 80 bucks or about 80 bucks, and it's got a 3-month warranty on it, which is, you know, outstanding. Actually, a lot of these consoles, they're marked as having 3-month warranties on them, and that's just something that I don't know, can you think of a lot of places that offer 3-month warranties on, you know, 30, 40-year-old game consoles? Anyway, that's going to wrap it up for here. Quick look around. Anyway, let's get outside.
Okay, so that was okay, I guess. Not too bad. All the games were concentrated into one little area, but it was quite a lot in a very small space. So I had a lot of digging to do. I did buy a bag of games though. I think I got like 24 or 25 games, and it came out to about, I think maybe with exchange, about $115 for like 20 something games. So that's not so bad. So anyway, the Hard Off Hobby Off combo here in Okachimachi, it's pretty cool. Like I said, it's all, you know, all the games are really densely concentrated into one little corner of the shop, but there was a lot of stuff to pick from, so pretty cool. Anyway, I'm actually gonna walk around a bit more, explore Okachimachi a little bit. I'm not very familiar with the area, so that should be fun. But until next time, everybody, thanks for watching, and do come back. We'll do some more game hunting. So take care, everyone, and I'll see you then. Goodbye.